Annie, ready? Okay, I'm going to call the Board of Game meeting to order. Approximately 8:33 a.m. Before we get to back to the agenda, we have a couple of reconsiderations on proposals we previously considered. Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring back Proposal 149, establishing traffic setbacks along perimeters of campgrounds.
So that's a motion for reconsideration?
Yes.
Second.
Second, and you were on the prevailing side on
I was.
on that. Any objection to bringing it back? If not, we'll bring it back under reconsideration by unanimous consent. Go ahead, would you like to, it's now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's kind of brought to my attention that last year when we had our Trap and Trail Committee, all users agreed with a 50-yard setback. And there's other precedent for that. There's a setback, 50-yard setback in Chugach State Park. So I think it'd just be easier to understand and more standardized distance than to keep juggling around 50 yards, 100 yards. It's 50 yards is already in regulation for certain areas, so around campgrounds and stuff. So I would like to amend the proposal to make it 50 yards instead of 100 yards.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded to change the setback from 100 yards to 50 yards in Proposal 149. Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rereading that proposal, I'd like to know how you're going to determine where the perimeter of a campground starts.
Is that speaking to the amendment?
It's talking about setbacks 50 yards from the
Okay.
perimeter of a campground.
Any response? I don't.
No, I mean, I don't know what Chugach State Park uses as a boundary, but I know that campgrounds do have lines, and they are, I'm reasonably certain they've been surveyed.
Yeah, I would assume they're mapped and surveyed. So.
If that's true, that satisfies me.
Okay, so any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment.
Good morning. On the amendment to change it from 100 yards to 50 yards, Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes?
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
The proposal as amended is now back before us. Discussion on the proposal as amended. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, so I think we've addressed a lot of the concerns from the public with this proposal. We had user groups last spring that agreed to this same distance, plus it mirrors some of the wording in Chugach State Park. So I think we've addressed what we need to do, and I intend on supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the proposal? If not, go ahead.
Call the chair.
Excuse me, before, go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear, with the change to a 50-yard setback, are the elevated, underwater, under ice traps still appropriate for that setback area? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner, would you say yes on the?
That was my intent, yes.
Yeah.
So I think it might be helpful at least to get a little bit on the record about which groups were part of this effort to have 50 versus 100 yards. Were any local people or advisory committees into this area part of that record development?
Through the chair, Commissioner, so we had I can't remember how many people, but we had Fat Tire Bikers, we had Alaska Wildlife Alliance, Frontier Alaska Trappers, and a couple members of the public were involved in that committee last spring.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional discussion? Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Just because of the wide variety of users that participated there, I'm going to support this.
Okay, any additional discussion? Not?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the proposal. Christie, would you poll? Oh,
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 149 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended, 6-1.
Lynn, you had another motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, move for a reconsideration vote on Proposal 208 to amend it to the new language that is in RC 79.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the proposal's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to bring it back before us under reconsideration? Seeing no objection, it's back before us under unanimous consent. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the new language kind of addresses some of the concerns the department had. I think it gives them a little bit more discretion to when to issue a permit and not to issue permits. And I intend to support the new language.
RC 65. Or 79, excuse me, RC 79. Got two that were there.
Stash.
So has the department had a chance to review this language? Ryan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. However, I have asked area biologist Dave Battle and regional supervisor Wendy Wardlow to join us at the table to be able to help with this. We appreciate the new language, and I'll let Dave specifically speak to that last paragraph.
Okay, before you do that, we would like to have or do you want to make an amendment to add that new language?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Make an amendment to Proposal 208 to amend it to the language in RC 79. Second.
The amendment's been moved and seconded. Now, if we could hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, area biologist, 14C, Dave Battle. The amendment removed a lot of our objection to that proposal. It removed the language that would require us to always issue 4 permits in each of the hunt areas. There is still, it does still dictate that when there are permits available, there will always be non-resident permits issued in those 4 hunt areas. And it's difficult sometimes to predict scenarios where we might not want to do that. But the language that was forcing us to issue 4 permits in each of the hunt areas was removed, and we're much happier with that. The rest of the language, I think, is allocative as to whether the board wants to prioritize guided non-residents over 2DK non-residents. So we would be neutral on that.
Okay, I just wanted to, if you could clarify your language. You said there might be times when the situations where the department might not want to do something, and I'm wondering if you really meant to say situations where the department might not feel that it's appropriate to do something.
Right, thank you. That's exactly what I meant, Mr. Chair, that it's, like I say, it's difficult to predict scenarios where where we might not feel it's appropriate due to survey numbers or a lack of harvest for several years or something like that. But like I say, the primary objection to this proposal, the fact that previously it was forcing us to issue permits, up to a certain level, that was removed. So, yeah, that was our primary objection to it.
Thank you. Board discussion. I don't intend to support this, even with the new language. I think the way we passed it originally works perfectly well. And I'm still going to be a no vote on this proposal. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the fence right now, but I think the author of RC, I forgot the number, 79, did address some of the concerns on that, and, I'd like to hear what some other board members have to think about that.
Jake?
Yeah, I know this author in the department worked very closely in trying to develop this. I know it isn't an exact, everybody isn't exactly happy, but I do like this. I'm gonna plan on supporting this now.
James?
Yeah, I was on the fence on this too, but I'm leaning towards supporting it after I read it. It seems like the language does clear up the conflict that, or not the conflict, but the objection that the department did have. So that's kind of the way I'm leaning towards too, but I'm just interested in hearing what other people thought about the language.
Any additional board member discussion? Lynn, it was your amendment and proposal, so go ahead.
I'm reading this language and I'm having trouble with it. I just want to make sure that the area guys understand what it is we're doing here. So if there are less than 5 any weapon sheep permits available to non-residents, there will be no second-degree kindred permit issues. And the department shall issue at least one guided non-resident permit in each of the 4 existing hunt areas when enough permits are available. What does that mean, when enough permits are available to you?
Through the chair, my understanding of it is if there are any resident permits available in that, even one resident permit available in in a particular hunt area, that we would be required to also issue a non-resident permit. So that's what I was talking about with it does remove some flexibility from the department, that if we only wanted to put, my understanding, and someone can clear this up for me if I'm misunderstanding this, but if we were only going to issue one, if we only felt we could issue one permit in a one particular one of those hunt areas, we would also have to issue a non-resident permit.
But if the area has no, then it says that the department is not required to not issue. So if there's 0, we're not still required to issue a non-resident permit.
That if there are no, if we don't want to issue permits in a particular area, we don't have to issue permits. I mean, that's my understanding of it. But if there is one resident permit there always also has to be a non-resident permit.
Thank you. But you're clear in the language, you understand?
Well,
exactly.
I think I am. If anyone is reading this a little differently, please speak up. But that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah. From your explanation there, it sounds to me like there could be cases where it would be appropriate to issue one permit, but because we would have to issue 2 permits, you're not going to issue any permits. And this could create situations where someone doesn't have an opportunity where we otherwise would. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the dialogue, and I would actually reach out to Department of Law, and I'll give her a minute to look up. I am concerned, though, we have another regulation that drives this outside of just the 85, Chapter 85, and that's 92057. So it's not just one permit, if I'm understanding it correctly. We have to follow percentages of permits that are issued for these hunts, and that was the issue that we got into before. So that's, and again, I'll ask Department of Law to help us through that. The other thing is, we're talking about non-resident sheep hunters that are they have to be guided either by a second degree of kindred or a guide. And if we decide to, all of a sudden, after we do our sheep surveys in June, July, that it's not going to open, that's going to create some heartache. So just, keep that in mind as well. So a hunt could be planned, and it happens a lot. I mean, it's not like out of the ordinary, but I want the board to be aware of that.
Mr. Chair, could you give me just a moment here? I'm trying to pull up we did make a change, the board made a change to 92057 last time in response to this proposer's prior proposal 149. And I'm just trying to find that language because it's not showing up in the current books that we have, and the new books haven't come out
Right.
yet. So I just want to let you know what that actually says. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I may be reading this, and I could definitely have this wrong, but it says shall issue permits when enough permits are available, at least 4. When less than 4 are available, the department has discretion to decide which areas not to issue permits in. If there are no any weapons permits offered to either resident or non-residents, any of these areas, the department is not required to issue a non-resident permit. I mean, I think they cover that base there, that you're not forced to do anything when there's a lack of permits or lack of availability, I guess.
Through the chair, Member Kehoe, that's right. You're reading that right. But that one permit doesn't translate to just one permit based on 92057. And I need that clarification.
Go ahead. Cheryl.
Thanks to Natalie for emailing me the language. So this is the current regulation that we have on the books in 5 AAC 92.057B. It added a paragraph 6 that says, the department shall issue a maximum of 20% of the drawing permits allocated to non-residents in subsections B2, 3, 4, and 5 of this section, which are in your books, to non-residents accompanied by a resident over 19 years of age who is the spouse or other relative of the applicant within the second degree of kindred, as described in AS 16.05.407A, which is the statutory second degree of kindred. Now, if you look at your book 057, this is on page 1031 of your books, if you want to follow along here. It's actually 1030 and 1031, but you can see that there's some complexity in subsection B, and there's a lot to this hunt and how it's allocated. So I think Natalie has already described it. This is already a fairly complicated hunt structure. This adds another level of complication, which is fine, if that's what the board wants to do. You have that authority. This is an allocative issue, so it's definitely within the board's authority. And I think I would like to defer to Natalie because she could explain, Natalie or Dave, more specifically how this hunt actually works on the ground.
Natalie, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So bear with me, 14C sheep is pretty complicated. It's a small area, as you all know, and it's close to a lot of people. It has a lot of people who want to hunt there, and the board and the department have done everything they can to maximize the ability for people to do that. So in 14C, there are 2 hunt areas described in Code 85055. And to maximize hunting opportunity, the department has used its discretionary authority to split those 2 areas spatially and temporally. The result is 7 physical hunt areas, most of which are further divided into 3 seasons. because of the allocations to non-residents in 92057, which is 5% of the archery permits to non-residents and 13% of the remaining permits to non-residents, and the very small number of permits available in each hunt area. We have separate hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. And the result is a possibility of 42 individual hunts for 14C sheep, though we typically only offer permits in 22 to 26 of the possible 42 hunts. We lack the programming ability to allow non-residents to apply for all hunts and then just be awarded the right percentage of overall permits. Our system is not set up like the hunts are in 85055. It's set up the way we manage the possible 42 hunts. One of the reasons we do this is for what I'll call truth in advertising. Let's take 14C West Eklutna Hunt Area, for example. Last year, there were 25 permits available, 24 for residents, 1 for non-residents. That non-resident permit could have gone to a guided non-resident or a non-resident who was hunting with a resident relative within second degree of kindred. But this previous year, before we printed the supplement, with the passing of Proposal 149 from the statewide meeting, which reduced the non-residents hunting with resident relatives, we knew that 1 permit could not go to the non-residents hunting with resident relatives. So we didn't want any non-resident second degree of kindred hunters to apply because we did not and do not want to take their money for something they're not eligible for, which is why we did not want them to think that they had a chance of winning a permit. So we restricted the hunt to guided non-residents only. So this, again, is an extremely complicated hunt structure that we have in place in order to maximize opportunity among all of the very complicated allocations that we have in regulation. So, and I understand that I may have completely missed the question, but hopefully that helped a little bit with the complexity of what we're dealing with. And
Lynn, you're looking thoughtful over there. So do you have another complicated?
No, my head's just spinning. Yeah, I got to think on this for a second.
Okay, well, my concern with with this new language is that it may cause the department to unnecessarily restrict opportunity to a resident hunter so that because they can't issue the resident permit without a non-resident permit. And that could be a very much unintended consequence from this, and I don't think we want to do it. I don't want to do it. Natalie.
thank you, Mr. Chair. One more thing to add. A lot of what is in RC 79 is already what the department is doing. So we, and not exactly, not specifically, I understand there's some contention here, but we've had a lot of conversations as mentioned, and we don't ever want to restrict all hunters out of any one of these many hunt areas that we've talked about. So it's the department's intent, and we only have 1 year of implementing what the board just passed at the statewide meeting, but it is the department's intent to talk to the users and to spread that opportunity out as we go through the year. So rotate who can hunt in which area, and no, it's not a very comfortable situation for us to be in, but the plan in perpetuity is to do so on a fair rotational basis after consultation. And we do apologize that we didn't consult with a lot of the people involved in this one. It kind of caught us by surprise as well. So take that for what you will, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Natalie, just a question here. The way this is written, it says there has to be at least 4 permits for them to issue 1 non-resident. Doesn't that meet the 20% permit deal for the non-resident? And if there was less than 4 permits, there would be no non-resident equation, because you can't give a half a permit out or to make to meet the 20% requirement.
Through the chair, I'm going to phone a friend and ask for help from Mr. Battle. Like I said, this was some pretty complicated math thanks to the percentage of a percentage in the multiple hunts in question. So,
Go ahead, Lynn.
Just real quick then, just to kind of continue with that question. So this 20% is all hunts, not just certain hunts?
Through the chair, Member Keough, thanks for the question. First, I'll say this was a very non-typical year the way we allocated this past regulatory year, and it was because of Proposal 149 from the statewide meeting. It, like Natalie said, it took us by surprise, and it took several people many, many hours of thinking through these percentages and and how that forced us to interact with other regulations that were already on the books. I'm not 100% sure we've had time to digest this new language and think through all of the ramifications that, because we have to coordinate this with all the regulations that are already on the books. And it's, like she said, it's a very complicated structure. The 149 had us, it didn't change the percent allocation for non-residents. It was still a maximum of 13%, but then we had to give, 20% of that 13% to secondary kindred residents. And so, like I say, that stuff is still on the books now. So we have that added, and then we're putting some, we might be putting some new language in there. It's difficult to see how that is going to, because there were things that it took us a while to realize, now we have to do this. We have to, we have to allocate them this way. It was not clear from the beginning. I'm not sure I answered your question, but okay.
Additional discussion from board members. We're on the amendment, correct? Yes. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'm not going to support this amendment. I think we owe the public and the department an opportunity to digest what's currently on the books, so that the board can have both comments and the department come back to us, so we can make a better decision. So that's the way I'm leaning at this time.
Thank you, James. Additional discussion from board members. Al?
Call the question.
Question is called on the amendment.
On the amendment to Proposal 208, found in RC 79 as substitute language, Mr. Keough?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
The amendment fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
Okay, the proposal before us unamended at this point. Discussion on the original proposal. Any further discussion? We had quite a discussion yesterday. Ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on Proposal 208, Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney? I can come back. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
That proposal fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
Thank you. With that, are there any additional reconsideration requests from board members? If not, I think we're ready to go on to the agenda, back to the agenda. And I think what we're looking at here is an update on the Mulchatna herd. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I
For the
know.
record, my name is Ryan Scott with the Division of Wildlife Conservation, and joining us at the front table is Todd Rinaldi, the Management Coordinator for Region 4, and John, I'm going to mess up his last name, the relatively new area biologist out in Dillingham. What we intended to do this morning is just give you a brief update on plans for predator control in the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Range.
Thank you.
Good morning, excuse me, good morning, board members of the board, and Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is John Landseedel. I am the Dillingham area wildlife biologist. I'm going to update you on our plan for this spring regarding the intensive management plan. Starting May 10 through June 5, department staff will go into the Tikchik Basin, which has been the western calving grounds for the Mulchatna for at least the last 3 years, 20, 21, and 22. This Tikchik Basin area that we've identified for our operation is, thanks, Todd, 1,152 square miles. Approximately half of it resides in Wood Tikchik State Park, which would be the western and northwestern portion, which would be the map you see, which is RC4 1.4. The peak calving dates have been May 17, so we're starting about a week early when those parturient cows filter through Unit 18 into Western 17B, and that comes through extensive conversations with research biologists and pilots who have worked out there over the last decade plus. We're planning to utilize 2 fixed wings and 1 helicopter and radio mark 40-plus neonate calves for daily predation monitoring and then subsequent survival estimates. In addition to those collared calves, we will utilize all of the collared females, cows that may utilize that area. We plan to remove both black and brown bears of all age classes, as well as wolves of all age classes, again, during that May 10 through June 5 period. Excuse me. We did fly last spring during this potential time of operation to assess sort of the logistic feasibility of this area. It's a sprawling tundra basin with few trees, and so we think we will be more successful there than in areas that canopy cover may reduce our effectiveness. We estimate anywhere from 15 to low 20s as a number of brown bears that we're likely to remove. That's again through conversations with other biologists who have spent extensive time in that area over the last decade and pilots that have worked for the department. In the last 10 years, during that time frame, in that area, there have been 2 bears that have been removed by hunters or harvested by hunters. So we don't foresee large overlap with the local guides who we have been in communication with. Based on prior estimates done in the Kilbuck Mountains by one of my prior predecessors, I guess, Van Dale, Larry, we estimate that anywhere from 54 to 112-ish brown bears may utilize that area throughout an annual basis. That's not necessarily just during that 25-day period. To date, we have had 21 same-day airborne wolves removed. Most of them have come out of the eastern portion of that yellow box or the yellow polygon. There has only been 4 other wolves sealed so far out of 17B and C that were trapped or hunted. And we will get an influx from people coming in after the season closes, which is fairly typical to my understanding. And I guess, sorry to jump around a little bit, but going back to the removal effort, all hides and heads will be salvaged and shipped to Anchorage for the hide and horn auction. We have worked with local Bristol Bay Native Association to identify communities that may be interested in brown bear meat because that's what we expect to remove the most of. There's very few black bears up there. One community so far has shown interest or expressed interest in brown bear meat consumption, but there may be more. It's kind of an ongoing process. All black bear meat is to be salvaged. And just as a reminder, I think from the last year at this time, Research Bios had given an update. The 2022 photo survey for the West Mulchatna, because they have strong spatial separation, was 5,870 individuals, out of the total of 12,112. So less than half of the current Mulchatna population resides in the western portion. The calf ratio in the west has remained lower than the east since at least 2014. In October, when we surveyed, it was 26 calves per 100 cows. Bull ratio is 32 per 100. And as the update last year, there is a higher prevalence rate of brucellosis. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you. What was your calf ratio again? I missed that.
Member Hoffman, calf ratio is 26 per 100. And our intensive management calf ratio objective is 30 per 100.
Go ahead, Stash.
So with your telemetry or your tracking this herd, does it look like they're going to be moving back again to where they've been in the last 3 years?
As of right now, they have wintered in the same area as the last few years. And I will say in 2019, they did calve outside of that teal colored polygon on the map. They did calve on the northwest corner, kind of right in the very north portion of Unit 17B up in the mountains, where we do believe it may be more ineffective for us to operate, just due to the terrain. And so as of right now, that's hard to say. Whether or not they will go through the Nishluk Gap into the Tikchik Basin at this time. They are in Unit 18 right now, sort of on the western edge.
Go ahead.
So you basically have this herd into two sections, the western and the eastern. Which one of those calve in that area you outlined?
The western group.
Okay, I flew up there last week and it looked like a large part of that herd was moving that direction, so that's good. Yeah. Which village wanted the meat? Was it Queethluk?
Iliamna requested brown bear meat through BBNA.
And have you reached out to Queethluk? Because they're known for harvesting brown bears when they can.
I have not. I ran a simple analysis through some of our subsistence records, and through Unit 17 and 9, the community of Togiak has historically consumed more or most brown bear meat.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And so is the public able to participate in the extended wolf hunting area now, like as we speak?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was nothing harvested yet?
21 wolves have been removed in that yellow polygon, which is the expanded Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area this year. 21 wolves by same-day airborne permittees.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. Really quickly, we do have some ethnographic and traditional ecological knowledge on which villages, which communities have in the past harvested and used brown bears. I'd be happy to send you that report.
Okay, Ryan.
Just to add a little bit to questions about where the caribou will calve, we do have some flexibility to move around, should they not. It's good news to hear they're headed that direction, and based on what John has seen or, been advised of in the last few years, but we have some flexibility there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you. One last question to the department. So earlier when I checked in on this, how this was going, there was some possible maybe logistical issues, and it sounds like it's all sorted out and everything's good to go.
Yes, sir. That has been sorted. We're utilizing people that have worked out there extensively over the last 10 years, and the logistics regarding fuel and air support and locations are not much different than the neonate research project that had been conducted out there for close to 10 years in terms of, yeah, fuel capacity and distance and stuff.
Before you, Ryan, you had something to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to compliment Region 4, John and Todd and others. This is a stretch. Logistically, it's challenging. They've made it, they've got a plan in place, but we're going to be out there. It's different than we don't have, you know, larger communities or something to base out of and to be able to conduct these operations. This is a very complex approach to this, but we're dedicated to giving it a whirl.
Okay, Stosh, go ahead. You had another question?
Okay, and last question is, so it looks like we're going to attempt to harvest about 20% of the known population in the area of the brown bears. According to my math.
Member Hoffman, we don't have accurate information at this point on bear densities. That was an extrapolation through prior studies in the closest study area. If that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Al, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all your work on providing some more survival on the calving grounds, but how are you addressing your, what seems to be a nutritional issue out there with short yearlings, you know, almost declining, but there seems to be a little uptick in that, but you also state in this document that lactating females are malnutritioned and, you know, so there seems to be a real indicator that there's a nutritional limitation out there also.
Through the chair, we do have our most recent yearling body weights, short yearling body weights are on a negative trend from the last 5 years, or a little longer than that, 7 years maybe. You know, at this time, I don't think there is anything in terms of habitat manipulation outside of maybe supplemental feeding, which I don't think is a route that we would go. I can't necessarily say that and speak for everybody, but just due to the distance and the constraint and, you know, there's 4 things that are really potentially affecting this herd right now. It's calf survival, adult survival, brucellosis, and that affects your calf survival and it affects your adult survival. Potential habitat constraints from that peak population abundance of 2,000 or 200,000 animals in 97. And yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I too want to commend the staff for putting this together. This is a stretch, but I also want the board to realize that we're going to do our part to try to rebuild this herd through intensive management, but the long-term prospect without having access to federal lands really complicates our ability to try to rebuild this herd alone on intensive management. So, you know, I again, hopefully we'll convince the federal government that the right thing to do here is to join our efforts to rebuild this herd to provide harvestable surpluses. But right now, we're going to do our part, but it's still complicated by the lack of federal engagement.
Any comments? Additional discussion, comments from board members on this? I would thank the department for this. It's a tough problem. Treatment for brucellosis would probably be the best thing you could do out there, but I don't know that you have a vaccine.
We don't have that much time.
And that much time, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Give them each a shot, you know. Go ahead. Any additional discussion? If not, thank you again for your, you have nothing else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I think, go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're not intending to provide a presentation today on this topic. However, I did want to make you aware that an Elchina Caribou IM feasibility assessment is available to you. I apologize, I don't recall the RC. We RC'd it early on in the meeting, and that is a focus for predator control for Elchina caribou specifically. So we'll certainly be talking about that as we go down the road, but yeah, just wanted to make you aware that that's out there for the board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for the record, that was RC tab 1.4, Mulchatna Caribou Intensive Management Orientation, Operational Plan.
Right, thank you. This time, I think we have a Tier 2 presentation from Carolyn Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we thought we'd just give a Tier 2 101 to help the public and the board.
Sure, real quick. I asked staff to put this presentation together. It's been a while since we've been in Tier 2, and I think as we talk about Elchina caribou and the prospect that we don't have harvestable surpluses, I think it's really important for everybody to understand what a tier hunt looked like and what prospects there are, what it looks like if we're between having enough caribou for Tier 1 and a closure. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about this.
If you could repeat which RC this is to make sure that people can get that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Caroline Brown. I'm the statewide research director for subsistence in Fairbanks. The presentation that I'm going to give today, you can find in RC4 tab 1.3. So today I'm going to briefly review the history of the hunt structures for Elchina caribou and also provide some information to help orient the board members to Tier 2 regulations, as just stated by the commissioner. In 1983, the board found that Elchina caribou were customarily and traditionally used for subsistence. However, when roads connected Unit 13 to Alaska's growing population centers, wildlife resources became popular sources of recreation and meat. The herd is one of the most accessible caribou herds for Alaska's population centers and therefore receives a great deal of hunting interest and pressure, necessitating careful management and regulation. The board reaffirmed the CNT finding in 1992 and again in 2006. Alaska State Statute 1605258 directs the Board of Game and the Board of Fisheries to first provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses as a priority, and then they may provide for other uses of harvestable surplus of a fishing game population. As a result of the Madison case or decision, which invalidated the joint board's rural preference, the first Unit 13 Tier 2 caribou hunt took place in 1985. The Alaska legislature established a rural preference in 1986 through a new subsistence law, and then the Board of Game adopted new subsistence and general hunting regs for Elchina caribou that were in effect from 1986 through 1989. The regulations stated that residents of Unit 13 were eligible for subsistence registration permits, and other Alaskan residents could apply for a drawing permit. In December 1989, the Alaska Supreme Court ruled in the McDowell case that the rural subsistence preference in state law was unconstitutional. The ruling placed the state out of compliance with ANILCA, and consequently, in 1990, federal agencies adopted separate subsistence hunting regulations. Without a rural preference in state law, as of 1990, all Alaska residents are eligible to participate in subsistence hunts. The 1990 hunt was an open registration hunt with permits issued in Palmer, Cantwell, and Glen Allen. A total of 6,825 people obtained permits, and this pool achieved the allowable harvest in 3 days. Consequently, in 1991, a Tier 2 hunt was implemented to limit hunter numbers and prevent overharvest. In 1993, following the passage of a new state subsistence law, the Board of Game met to review the CNT finding for Nelchina caribou and determine the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence use, or an ANS. Given the established demand on this caribou population, the department advised the board that demand exceeds supply, and because a reasonable opportunity could not be provided for all Alaskans to participate in a sustainable subsistence hunt, the Board of Game concluded that 100% of the allowable harvest was the ANS for the Nelchina herd. The department therefore recommended that, given that all Alaskans are eligible for subsistence hunting and the accessibility of this herd, a Tier 2 hunt should be retained. 2 decades of work went into designing the Tier 2 regulatory structure that works well in most parts of the state. However, in Unit 13, the Board of Game continued to hear testimony regarding loss of hunting opportunity as a consequence of the Tier 2 system. Especially due to the large number of applicants with long histories of use of the herd, the public expressed concern that younger people were unable to obtain permits for this hunt. In 2006, the Board of Game concluded that there had been a shift of permits from younger rural residents to older urban residents. As a result, the board made a series of changes. First, the board finding 2006170 BOG identifies a community-based harvest and use pattern for caribou and moose in the Copper Basin. By adopting regulations closer to the CNT findings, the Board of Game hoped to narrow the applicant pool from Unit 13 Tier 2 hunts to those willing to conform to the CNT pattern. The community pattern of use included traditional fall and winter hunting seasons, efficient means and methods, thorough use of the harvested animal, long-established harvest areas and camps, specialized hunters providing for community, and cross-generation teaching of traditions for harvest and use and reliance on other resources from the same traditional area. In 2009, the Board of Game adopted a revised ANS for Nelchina caribou of 600 to 1,000 animals that they felt reflected the number of people who hunted Nelchina caribou in accordance with the traditional pattern of use identified in the 2006 finding. After reducing the ANS, they eliminated the Tier 2 hunt because the harvestable surplus exceeded the maximum of the ANS range. A board finding in 2011 identified a second pattern of use in the Copper Basin for an individual, household, or family, which is distinct from the community-based pattern of use. This pattern included shorter time duration, household or individual family-based. It may involve more distant travel relative to community-based subsistence discussed in the 2006 finding. It's often centered on established camps and hunting areas, and also includes cross-generational training characterized as less formal than the community transmission of knowledge described in the 2006 finding. Heidi Hatcher will provide additional information on the current hunt structure in Unit 13 later. Under the state subsistence statute, if the harvestable surplus of the game population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence, subsistence users are distinguished through limitations based on 2 factors: the customary and direct dependence on the game population for human consumption as a mainstay of livelihood, and the ability of the subsistence user to obtain food if subsistence use is restricted or eliminated. Proposal 207 is a department-generated proposal to reestablish a Tier 2 hunt in regulation for Nelchina caribou in Unit 13 as required by statute in case a Tier 2 hunt is needed to further restrict the take of this game population to meet sustainable yield and subsistence use mandates. Recall that since 1990, all state residents are considered potential subsistence users and are thus eligible to apply for Tier 2 hunts. Under Tier 2 regulations in 92.070, applications are scored on a point basis. Under the first factor, the applicant's customary and direct dependence on the game population for human consumption as a mainstay of livelihood, applicants can score up to 85 points through three elements. They can score up to 50 points through the number of years the applicant has eaten from or hunted the Tier 2 population, up to 10 points through the number of years a member of the applicant's household has eaten from or hunted the Tier 2 population, and up to 25 points on the number of days the applicant has hunted or fished in the Tier 2 hunt area. Factor B provides up to 55 points on the ability of a subsistence user to obtain food if subsistence use of the Tier 2 population is restricted. An applicant can score up to 25 points on the availability of food for purchase in the community where most of the applicant's food is purchased, and up to 30 points on the cost of gasoline where most of the applicant's gasoline is purchased. Applications for Tier 2 hunts are accepted for 6 weeks, beginning November 1st of each year, and recipients are announced on the third Friday of February for hunts that take place that fall. So for example, a resident could apply for a Tier 2 hunt in November of 2023 for a hunt that takes place in August of 2024. To submit an application, a hunter would complete the application, which also includes general demographic questions and area-specific questions. And finally, to assist the public, the department produces outreach material to explain various hunt structures, including a Tier 2. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Board member questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Caroline. It was great. Just for clarity, the general demographic data and area GMU hunt specific questions, those aren't graded or scored, I'm sorry. Are they scored?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, no, I don't believe they are scored.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. Is there an avenue that, like, someone that thinks their score doesn't reflect, their use properly can go through to contend a application?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, there is, and we receive some concerns every year. We can go back and look at the application, and we actually communicate with the applicants regularly. If it needs further digging, we may enlist help with the troopers and things like that, but people can always contact us if they have questions or concerns.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you. Since we're talking about scoring, has in the Tier 2 scoring process, how many applicants have been thrown out due to not filling them out correctly?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I'm going to reach out to Natalie. She can certainly provide a better answer, but some are removed for that cause.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, some of them are, however, the majority, and by majority, I mean all except for maybe a dozen permits are received online, and the online system does kind of make it, I'm not gonna say foolproof, but it makes it pretty difficult to do it wrong. So the number of applications that are rejected due to errors or whatnot is very, very low.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. So I got some familiarity with Tier 2, and so one of the key questions is your age, how long you've hunted from that stock. How does the department fact check that, or do we?
Through the chair, the department doesn't. When an applicant applies for a Tier 2 permit, they do sign it and attest that everything on the application is true and correct. So the department takes the applicants at their word. If a person's application is questioned, if, say, if someone believes that someone received one that should not have, they can appeal the decision, and we usually do turn that over to the troopers. If there is any further digging that's necessary, we let them handle it.
Go ahead.
So is there anything that prompts red flags, like if someone who's 50 and puts in 50 years or 51 years of use on that stock, does that prompt a red flag?
Through the chair, yes, we do have certain checks in place with the online system in particular and with the processing system that doesn't allow a person to claim years of use beyond their age, for example.
So that's good. So if someone was 50, if they put 50 years in, is that a probable, does that raise a red flag?
Through the chair, we take that at 50 years of use if they are 50 years old, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, additional discussion, questions, Al?
Yeah, I did like that question, because one of them is how many years you've eaten out of that population, so, maybe 48, you could claim on a 50-year-old.
Or maybe 50. 51. Yeah, 51. Well, 50, 50.75. But, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just follow up a little bit with Member Hoffman's questions. We get, I don't know, maybe 1,000, Natalie could give us a number, 1,000 plus Tier 2 applications. The number of applications that get questioned are very few. We do have certain times when people contact us and say, gosh, I wrote the wrong number down. We've been discussing up here, I believe, TM 549 was one of the Tier 2 hunts down on the lower Kenai. TM 549 and TM 059, they get mixed up quite a bit. So, a lot of that kind of stuff. And it's very few applications that get questioned.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any kind of an audit process where you randomly select, 1 out of 1,000 or something and check?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any additional questions from board members? Commissioner?
Yeah, we're not interested in getting into fact-checking every application puts in. We think it's best to have these kinds of quality checks that you do, but if we're individually verifying every application we get, that would be a substantial increase in costs to the department.
Yeah, yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, so self-attesting is the way to go, and then if somebody reports them, then it gets turned over to the troopers.
Anything else from Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly, in anticipation of this presentation and, potentially going this route with the Delchina Caribou, we have spooled up our education folks, and they've, Caroline provided one example of materials we can reach out to people with, but recognizing this, if we go down this road, it will be a change. That's why we're sitting here today to talk about the process, but we will put people on the ground to help explain that and be as helpful as we can.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I think we're going to take a little short break, and then we're going to come back and work on today's proposals. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. And we're on the proposals for other regions excluding reauthorization proposals on our agenda. Before we start, I think after the Nelchina discussion, after we do Proposal 207, we're going to have testimony from the McGrath AC Chair before we go to the 19C proposals. Instead of doing it before the whole section, we're going to do it before their area comes up. But go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 207, establish a Tier 2 hunt for Nelchina caribou in Unit 13.
Second.
The 207's been moved and seconded. Would you like to go ahead with the department response?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Heidi Hatcher, and I'm the Glen Allen Area Wildlife Biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. You can find this presentation in RC4, tab 7.1. Proposal 207 is a department proposal to establish a Tier 2 hunt for Nelchina caribou in Unit 13, and the department supports this proposal. Here we have an overview of the current regulations and management strategy for the Nelchina caribou herd. There's a positive finding for customary and traditional use of Nelchina caribou, as you heard from Caroline Brown, for Game Management's Units 12 and 13. The board determined that the amount necessary for subsistence for both identified patterns of use to be 600 to 1,000 caribou. Intensive management objectives were established in 1995. The population objective is 35,000 to 40,000 animals, which has been enacted as a post-fall hunt objective. The harvest objective is 3,000 to 6,000 animals. Additionally, since at least 1992, the department, with support from the board, has managed the herd with the objectives of 40 bulls per 100 cows and 40 calves per 100 cows in the fall. The current Unit 13 hunt structure for Nelchina caribou includes 3 Tier 1 subsistence hunt options, in addition to a youth drawing hunt, a resident drawing hunt, and a non-resident drawing hunt. Those Tier 1 hunts, those bag limits are per household, while the drawing hunts are per individual permit. In addition to these state hunts, there are federal subsistence hunts for Nelchina caribou in Units 13, Unit 12, and Unit 11, although that one has not yet been enacted. The current hunt structure was designed during a period of excess. Findings 2019-223-BOG give direction on when to implement state hunts based on Nelchina population status. These findings specify that a Tier 2 hunt will be implemented when the caribou population is below management objectives and estimated harvestable surplus is not adequate to meet the lower end of the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence. Implementing a Tier 2 hunt under those conditions would be in accordance with Alaska Statute 16.05.258B4. At this time, however, no Tier 2 hunt currently exists in regulation, and therefore the department cannot implement a Tier 2 hunt when necessary. In recent history, the Nelchina herd has been highly productive and successful, which resulted in an extended time exceeding abundance objectives despite the harvest strategies to maintain the herd within objectives with the intention of protecting the range from overuse. In recent years, the herd has begun to show signs of nutritional stress, such as decreases in 3-year-old partition rates, poor recruitment, decreases in calf growth metrics, and increased variability of winter range. By the fall of 2020, we successfully brought the herd back to the lower end of the objectives, but the severe winter of 2021-22 resulted in high adult mortality and very low recruitment. The late spring of 2022, combined with that harsh winter, resulted in low calf productivity and survival, and the calf cohort that did survive into the fall of 2022 does not appear to be surviving this winter. As such, we have very small cohorts recruited into the population for 2021 and 2022, which will affect the productivity of the herd in coming years. Depending on what we find during our 2023 summer census, it is very possible that there may not be a harvestable surplus of Nelchina caribou for the upcoming hunting season, and it is very likely that we will have years in which the harvestable surplus is less than 600 animals. This slide presents the recent history of permits, effort, and harvest for all Nelchina caribou hunting opportunities. For state hunts, fall quotas are established and hunts are closed by emergency order if the respective fall quota is reached prior to the regularly scheduled season closure. The population status is assessed after the fall hunt, and decisions on winter hunts are made based on remaining harvestable surplus, as well as the behavior of the herd. When the harvestable surplus is less than 600 animals, it will be necessary to implement a Tier 2 hunt. Previously, the Nelchina Tier 2 hunt had a bag limit of 1 caribou. Since 1999, fall season dates for subsistence hunts have typically been August 10th to September 20th. Winter hunt dates, however, have been less consistent. When the herd is low, the winter season is often closed by emergency order, as the harvestable surplus is typically reached in the fall. Additionally, the majority of the herd often leaves the hunt area in late fall or early winter, leaving only localized bands in Unit 13, which may then be vulnerable to overharvest. Winter hunts, especially through the end of March, are an added stressor on bands of caribou attempting to survive until greenup. We recommend these season dates be announced to avoid giving hunters unreasonable expectations for a winter hunt when the herd numbers are low. That concludes our presentation on Proposal 207 to establish a Tier 2 hunt for Nelchina caribou in Unit 13, which is a department proposal that we support. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, if we do establish this Tier 2 hunt, it can't begin until 2024. So the hunt this year would be under current regulations with the Tier 1 community hunt, et cetera, correct?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions from board members? Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you for that report. Just one quick question for now. You made a comment in your presentation that localized bans and overharvest. I didn't catch all of that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Typically, the Nelchina herd migrates outside of Unit 13 in late fall or early winter, and so the caribou that remain in Unit 13 are small localized bands, and hunters with the season remaining open, hunters can focus on those bands and overharvest those small bands of caribou.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion from the board? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of want to talk a little bit about allocation, since it's pertinent to this. I've read the findings, 2019-223 allocation of Nelchina caribou. I'm also very familiar with the statute 1605-258, the subsistence law, and I also read 5 AAC 92025, little letter B and 1. In the regulation, it asks us to, when possible, I guess, to structure our hunts with the federal subsistence side, federal opportunities. But in our findings in our statute, we have no ability to give or allocate any state resources to the federal subsistence side. And I think it was pretty clear in this last year that when the EO came out and we had a harvestable surplus of 1,015 caribou, and 400 of them were taken off the top for consideration of federal harvest. I think there may be some, constitutional issues with that in the McDowell decision, because those weren't caribou that were really used for state hunts. They were used for federally qualified hunts when only federally qualified people could participate in those hunts. And so I think if there's any harvestable surplus, that the state use that allocation totally for state opportunity, which provides subsistence for all Alaskans that are eligible to participate in. And even those federally qualified people are able to participate in that opportunity if they're qualified.
Thank you, Al. Commissioner?
So, as the biologist up there, let's say we fly our surveys this spring and look at what we know about bull-cow ratios and everything else and put that in a model. What would trigger an emergency closure for this hunt this year?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Commissioner. There's a couple scenarios that would allow hunts to continue this year, and the same scenarios would create emergency closures. So the two scenarios that would allow a hunt to continue to move forward this year would be a higher than expected population count, which is very likely if there's a good calf crop. And secondly, if we have a surplus of bulls like we had this year. That was our harvestable surplus this year, is that we had a harvestable surplus of just bulls. And so if either one of those scenarios play out one way or the other, those would be the triggers for holding a hunt or not holding a hunt this year.
Follow up real quick. When would we know that?
So, and this is, through the chair, thank you again for the question. This is one of those complicating factors is, as most of you know, we don't get up-to-date population information on most caribou herds until late June or July. And that's a very short turnaround time before hunts do begin. So we'll have some parturition in calving information this spring. As the calves and the population move in, we'll get some composition information, but we wouldn't be able to get any significant composition, bull-to-cow ratios, or population information until that late June or early July period. We've struggled with getting quote-unquote photocensuses in the Nelchina, but we've been able to get some good counts that have given us direction at that time of year.
So I'm just thinking this through my mind. So we will not make the decision on whether we're going to have a hunt until July?
Yeah, unless, through the chair, unless we're given direction otherwise. I mean, that's the first time that, you know, and this confounds all our caribou populations, is we don't get population information until post-calving aggregations. And then that's when we usually get our most up-to-date composition information and our abundance information.
Okay, thank you.
Additional board discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On additional information, do we know why this herd is declining? Do we have any nutritional indices that we can look at, or calf mortalities or parturition rates?
Through the chair, thank you, Member Brett. Yes, we do. So as I mentioned, we used our harvest strategy to finally bring the herd back down to within objectives. And soon after that, unfortunately, we had a very severe winter. We do collar calves of the year, female calves, every fall to track their survival through the winter. We also have a large pool of collars on adult cows and a few adult bulls, but mostly adult cows. So we follow their mortality through the winter as well. We get parturition in the spring for adult cows as well as 3-year-olds. And so we have decent information every year on overwinter survival and then parturition. We get when we collar our calves in the fall, then we get growth metrics and for 4-month-old weights. That give us an idea of how the herd is doing as well. So all of these different metrics we can look at and see what's going on with the health of the herd. And as I mentioned in the presentation, we did see some red flags that suggested that there was some nutritional constraints on the range.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion from board members. I'd like to get board members to be thinking about if the structure of this, how many permits we'd be authorizing under this, because we need to actually set this up, whether we allow proxy hunting in this Tier 2 hunt, those types of things. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I meant to ask this earlier, but since we're still on the topic about the Tier 2 scoring, if someone moves up from the lower 48 and is a relatively new resident, say they lived in Glen Allen for 10 years, and they put in 20, is there even a way to capture that? And because I'm sure that's a real life scenario that is going on.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, through the chair. So as I mentioned earlier, we do run all of the applications through our system of checks and balances, and you cannot claim years of use beyond those of your residency.
But we're just taking their word for it.
Through the chair again, yes, and if questioned, we ask enforcement to look into those situations, and they do.
Is there a way to, through the chair, to put something in that could prompt that, like pull out non-residents, someone whose residency is in question? Like, I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead, Brian.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I guess I would ask if there's a legal concern there, based on, we start questioning the applications, and I understand that those questions might come up. Also, I would remind folks, and I said it for a specific reason, that we are desperate for programmers, and we are having difficulty keeping what we have going running. And to make a system, a more complex system, I have no idea if it's possible. I would imagine it is, but that's another layer that we would have to address in that point. So far, I feel pretty confident in saying that our Tier 2 response to questions has worked really well. So folks, if we get down there, and, we'll see what happens, but I could see where there will be questions on applications for this hunt, and we will address them as we have.
Go ahead, Stas.
And one more last thing on that topic. Is it possible for us to put a note on the bottom saying the state will be conducting audits to some degree on this, and then that way, you could just do one. But if you put that on the bottom, it might straighten some people out to kind of say, I better do the right thing.
You're going to respond to that?
Through the chair, the boss is going to respond. Stand by.
Yeah, and I'd follow up on that just a little bit on his question. There is Fish and Game has a licensing system. When I apply for tags or permits or buy a new license, it remembers my previous actions and my length of residency is claimed in prior years. So there are definitely ways to check on this if you can. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the application itself, I did say that all applicants are required to sign electronically or in paper if that's what they're doing, that everything they provide is true and correct. And there is a statement that they have to agree to, and they are notified of, that says providing false information on this application is a crime and is subject to a maximum penalty of either a $10,000 fine or 1 year imprisonment, or both, per 5 AAC, and then it begins and lists those applications, those applicable regulations and statutes. And then it also says you may be asked to provide additional information to support this application by Alaska Wildlife Troopers or the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So we do take some extent to notify people that this is, that they must certify this is true and correct, and that it is a crime to give false information on those applications.
Go ahead, Stas.
Yeah, thank you for that, Natalie. That's really good. I just think adding that one more sentence, that this application is subject to a random inspection, could really carry a lot of weight. And
Cheryl, can Fish and Game conduct those kinds of assessments without a warrant, or what's reasonable cause in this case for us to flag something?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair. Commissioner, I am not really up on criminal enforcement things, and so that's why I'm looking a little bit here to my left. But the department is certainly within, has the authority to include language that Natalie just read, that, putting this burden on the applicant and letting them know that there could be a significant penalty if they're providing untrue statements. But the department doesn't have the obligation to, and doesn't have the ability at this point to investigate and make sure that every fact is correct on all of the applications. But I will let Natalie or Chris add more to this conversation.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would I'd like to, in response to the commissioner's question, there's no culpable mental state for wildlife crimes. That means that everyone who's participating in the harvested game, attempt to take game, everything associated with it, it's their responsibility to know the rules as they enter into that endeavor. So it's my understanding that we have the ability to look into these applications as thoroughly as we choose.
Okay, that would be my understanding too, is, they can ask to see your fish, they don't need a warrant or your game or whatever, and also your license and all that stuff. So, anyway, just, there's been concerns expressed about possible fraud on these that is not being caught. Okay, Jake had a, well, they're.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Stasha's line of questioning there answered my questions. I just had a, about the penalties, and have any of these ever been pursued to the full extent, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Any additional, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, through the chair. So a lot of times, we don't just randomly investigate all of the Fish and Wildlife's database, but if we get tips or notifications that somebody is applying for these permits illegally, we do pursue them. And even though a lot of them are non-misdemeanor offenses, we do have the opportunity, if they're knowingly doing, applying for these licenses, then we will charge misdemeanors as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, and Commissioner.
Yeah, before we finish this discussion, I just want to make sure, I was struggling a little bit with that last slide where it said we'll issue X amount of permits. I think at some point in time, we're not going to get down to scoring this so we issue one permit at the end of the day. Is there some guidance the board wants us to say that after, when we get close to like 50 permits or 100 permits, we're just closing the hunt? Because I don't want to be in the position of issuing one permit to one individual.
Yeah, that would be, whether you have a harvestable surplus or not would be conjectural at that point. Any additional discussion? And what specific information do we need the board to provide for you in this discussion in order to, since we don't have a written proposal on how this is done, what do we need to decide, Natalie, since you're the regulation person, in order to make this work? What decisions does the board need to have other than just authorizing regulations for a Tier 2 hunt?
Well, maybe I'll take a shot while she's thinking about it. So we need you to authorize the hunt, and we're asking you to authorize the hunt, recognizing that the structure we had in place last time is the structure we would use if we got to that point again this year moving forward. The discussions we've had on the record regarding the applications, I think we'll take to heart and try to figure out how we can address those. But right now, it's just authorizing that Tier 2 hunt using the existing structure that you had in the past.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could that be provided for us? I don't know what the Tier 2 hunt structure, how it was set up in the past. I remember it, but I don't know how it was allocated.
Yeah, it's in Proposal 207. Should have the information. Go ahead, Natalie.
Mr. Chair, the department does need they need authorization from the board, so we need to put the Tier 2 hunt back on the books, and we need to know the number of permits that we should issue as well. And unfortunately, we cannot use the same exact one that we had the last time we had the Tier 2 permit because there were a lot of different factors at the time. So we do actually need a little bit of work from the board on this one.
Okay, you found it. Go ahead.
Well, it seems like we gotta maybe remodel the old plan anyway, so, first you start out, we'll have at some point have a known harvestable surplus, and then, figure in what the success would be if you issued, a number of permits that match the harvestable surplus. So it'll probably have to be slightly higher, depending on what the department thinks the success rate would be in that permit. So I would start there.
Okay, so,
Imagine we'd have to have some up to language.
yeah, permit, go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like Heidi Hatcher, the area biologist, to comment on the number of permits. we do have a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So we don't have the ability to restrict how many caribou are harvested by federal subsistence hunters in the federal subsistence hunts. So assuming that we have a harvestable surplus of up to 600 animals, because that is ANS, we have to, based on history of federal harvest, take that off the top. So we're looking at, maybe 200 to 300, well, at most, maybe 400 caribou available for state harvest in this scenario. In which case, based on the history of harvest success, up to 1,000 permits should be sufficient for that scenario.
Al, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where do you rely on your information that you have to take off for the federal harvest from a state harvestable surplus?
Ryan?
My apologies. Through the chair, Member Barrett, I certainly recognize your concerns there, but as managers of the caribou herd, we have to account for the harvest. We have to keep up with the numbers that are taken.
Go ahead, Al.
I would agree with that, but I also would agree that the Federal Subsistence Board has the same regulation in ANILCA that they have to have hunts that are sustainable. And since it's a state resource and the public trust of the state, it's our resource and we'll use it. And if they want to apply more hunts on federal lands, it's in their court.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I won't disagree with you. However, I can't count on that system. And as the managers of the herd, we owe Alaskans that responsibility.
Okay, thank you. So I would equate this to other human-caused mortalities when if all of them were, we don't have control over the federal subsistence hunt. So it's more like if this many caribou were getting hit by a car or something. It's not, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, if we get to a position where we think this herd hunting at any level impacts the sustainability of the herd, we will use our emergency order authority to close this herd. And at that point in time, we will request very strongly that the Federal Subsistence Board close that hunting opportunity for federally qualified users, because we don't think there's a harvestable surplus for anybody.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess the question would be, so when you restrict the harvest last year and the Tier 1 seasons got closed down, and you restricted the harvest to bulls only, did the Federal Subsistence Board join in with that and reduce their harvest to bulls only, or even reduce it to 1 caribou?
Thank you for the question, through the chair, Member Keough. There were some difficulties with federal consultation last year. Federal permits were printed before census numbers were documented, and federal allocations seemed to have been set in stone by the time that we set our bag limit last fall. We only had a harvestable surplus of bulls last year, and that was based on the bull-to-cow ratio objective. We asked the federal government to not allow the harvest of cows, and they did not restrict the harvest to cows. They did restrict the harvest to 1 caribou, though. No, they also retained the 2 caribou bag limit. So these are confounding factors.
Okay, so go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to throw this out. So it's a little bit confusing to me that we are, you can use whatever term you want, but allocating is the term. 400 caribou to a system that uses rural preference, and yet we've got a court case that prohibits rural preference. So I guess I'm just a little confused why we continue to support that system.
If I could, we're not allocating the federal caribou. The caribou that are allocated by the federal government are caribou that are outside our ability to allocate and beyond our ability to allocate. And so I'd like the commissioner to respond to that.
We're accounting for the federal harvest. We're not allocating to it. We're accounting to the fact that, like caribou that are hit by cars, we're accounting for that mortality in terms of the impact to the population. We're not allocating them to them, but we're per se accounting for that loss of mortality moving forward.
Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner, but these aren't road-killed caribou. We're playing into the hand of the Federal Subsistence Board is what we're doing, and not challenging them to abide by ANILCA and their sustained yield ability. The state is providing subsistence opportunity for all Alaskans, and if the Federal Subsistence Board has a priority on federal lands, now if they want to use the state's resources when they cross federal lands, they have to abide by what we have set for a sustainable harvest. And if they go above and beyond that, they're susceptible to being in violation of their own ANILCA sustained yield principles.
Don't disagree with you, and we are in court on a couple of those kinds of cases moving forward, so. But as of now, we have to account for that harvest one way or the other in terms of its impact to the sustainability of the herd.
I think it would be irresponsible to the resource to allow for a harvest on the state hunt greater than what's available. Go ahead, Ruth.
I just have a question, maybe call it inexperience or what, but can a Tier 2 applicant also be a federally qualified subsistence user?
Natalie. Yes.
Through the chair, yes, and it's also important to note that all those federal animals that are taken by Alaska residents also, which is why the board's regulations account for federal harvest in consideration of the amount necessary for subsistence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that said, the job before us is to determine how many permits to allow in the Tier 2, and the suggestion from the department's been 1,000, up to language. And then any other things that the board feels are necessary to add to this or subtract. For example, I think based on the history of this particular herd, I would like to make sure that this allows proxy hunting because of the community-based history of this, of the people that might participate. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend Proposal 207 to allow is it the winner? The person that receives the Tier 2 permit be able to proxy that to a member in the household,
Second.
a member of the household.
Okay, moved and seconded. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, correct me if I'm wrong, I think on the Tier 2 permit to proxy it, the proxy hunter also would have to have a Tier 2 tag?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, there are a couple additional regulations that Heidi likely covered them in her presentation, but just to put them out there on the record, I needed a refresher in my mind as well. With other existing regulations, for proxy hunting, a person may not proxy hunt more than once per season per species in Unit 13. And for Tier 2 caribou in Unit 13, the person may not proxy hunt for them unless that proxy hunter is also a Tier 2 permittee. But while I'm still talking, bear with me, there's a couple more regulations that the board needs to be aware about as well. In other Tier 2 caribou permits, those permits are, the board regulations allow for 3 permits to be issued per household for caribou. For Nelchina caribou, 2 Tier 2 permits are allowed to be issued per household. And there is one more regulation also that says a permittee may transfer the permittee's Unit 13 subsistence permit to a resident member of the permittee's family within the 2nd degree of kinship, and a person may not receive remuneration for the transfer of a permit under this paragraph. So to proxy hunt for Unit 13 Tier 2 caribou, that proxy hunter also has to be a Tier 2 permit holder, but there is another provision that allows that Unit 13 subsistence permit holder to transfer their permit to a resident member of the permittee's family within the 2nd degree of kinship. So it's possible the existing regulations may have covered whatever the board is heading for.
Okay, thank you. I get it. And I just wanted to make sure that that was available. So with that, I think you could withdraw the amendment.
Yeah, I withdraw my amendment on the second's concurrence.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Natalie, just for clarification, did that one for family members, did it say they had to live in the household? Or just second degree kindred? Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay. So still the number of permits is at issue, and is there anything else at issue? Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll also need season dates. There are pretty standard season dates already in play for Nelchina caribou, but we would like confirmation from the board on the season as well.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple things here. One question. So if the board does approve this Tier 2 deal, does the rest of the caribou hunts go away?
Through the chair, no, they would stay on the books. So the way the regulations are structured, what we were asking for is the ability to move between Tier 2 and Tier 1 and whatnot without having to come back to the board every time. We're asking for the complete structure. And Ms. Brooking has a comment as well.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
I think Ryan might have been about to say the same thing. I just want to remind the board that the courts have confirmed you can't have a Tier 1 and Tier 2 hunt on the same population. So the regulations would stay on the books, but the hunts would not be all occurring simultaneously. Like right now, we have a whole bunch of hunts based on a higher harvestable surplus that can all occur at the same time. But if we go into Tier 2, those would not be happening.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll amend the proposal to have a season date of August 20th to September 20th and October 21st to March 31 for the winter season if the harvestable surplus is still available.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'm curious why we didn't want to start that on the 10th of August. 20.
Sorry about that. I meant the 10th.
Okay, does the second concur?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be the 10th of August for a beginning date. Discussion on that amendment? If not, would we like to vote on that amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment.
On that amendment for season dates, August 10th through September 20th and October 21st through the 31st?
March 31st.
Oh, thanks. March 31st, if harvestable surplus is available. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, would like to have an amendment, a number of permits. The department has recommended up to 1,000 permits. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend Proposal 207 to set a number of permits for Tier 2, and that would be up to 1,000 permits issued.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded for 1,000 permits. Discussion on this? Because I think if we go beyond 1,000 permits, they can go back to Tier 1. So likely. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It really relies on the success and the reasonable opportunity that we have to provide for subsistence.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment.
On the amendment of up to 1,000 permits to be issued, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
We're going to take a short break. No, just one. Oh, because there could be a case where under tier two, it makes sense. But chances are it's going to be a harvestable surplus on board. Like this year, it's only one. Because you can get out of tier two with that.
If that makes sense.
I think if that's sort of them, we can make it one bowl. Because, it won't be tier two if we have a bunch of cows. Then the Fed's gonna eat the cows instead of us, Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. The last thing we need to settle on this before we vote on the proposal is a bag limit. Go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question to the department. So we just put on the books here, or put it to vote on for the second degree kindred for this tier two. Can we also add the designated hunter from the CHS hunts as well to this list? They're already on the books.
To the chair, the discussion that I heard and the proposal as it stands as amended is that proxy hunting is allowed. So for tier two caribou in unit 13, someone can proxy hunt it as long as they are also a proxy hunter. And there is also an allowance for the permittee to transfer the permit to a resident member of the permit's family within the second degree of kinship. There are allowances in the community subsistence harvest hunt that allow for other members of that community to harvest the animal on behalf of them. However, this is a permit issued to an individual, and the state does not have a designated hunter program that I'm aware of. So I may need some help from Department of Law in answering this question about what's allowed in a tier two situation with a permit that's issued to an individual hunter.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, we don't have a statute that specifically authorizes designated hunters, but we do have a statute that authorizes proxy hunting. And the board has, like Natalie explained, also allowed for the permit to be transferred to a 2DK relative. So that's probably as far as we can go under the existing authority that the board has. The designated hunter is not something that this board does.
Stosh?
Okay, well, can we, it's on the record, we already have the list. It seems for some hunters in Unit 13, that's, otherwise some will be left out if some don't have. I just lost my train of thought.
So if I may ask a question, the designated hunters and the community hunt, was that a regulation or is that a statute? If they were created by regulation, then is there a reason we couldn't create it by regulation in this, for this particular hunt?
The community hunts were set up under specific statutory authority that allows community or groups to be formed by the board. But we're in a tier two situation, though, we're losing that. We would not have that tier one hunt. So we wouldn't have that community participating in a tier one hunt. These would be individual tier two applicants. And Natalie's got her hand up.
Yeah, so those were authorized by regulation under a different statute than the statutes that would be authorizing the tier two hunt. Is that correct?
So it's, the way I understand it, the tier two permits are issued to individuals, and they cannot be transferred except in the allowances that the board's already made. In the case of the community subsistence harvest hunt, there is one permit that is issued to that group, to that community. Within that, there is the bag limits that's associated with each of the households, or in the case of moose, with the members. It's not that they are transferring their permit. It is that the community is taking the bag limit that's associated with the permit that's issued to that community, which is different than individuals applying for the individual Tier 2 hunt and being awarded an individual permit to that person, not a group.
Yeah, so it's a separate statutory authority for that regulation, so it does not look like we could get to there. Go ahead, Stash.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my thought process, so basically, because that was a Tier 1 process, we can't move it over to the Tier 2 system.
That's my understanding as well.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for my own clarification here, if the harvestable surplus jumps up to 1,100 animals, are we going to have the same situation we had last fall? So we go above the 1,000 harvestable surplus, so there we'd be above ANS. Would the department just automatically go back Tier 1, open draw hunts, all that, if you had a harvestable surplus of 1,100?
Go ahead, Ryan, you had your fingers up here.
Through the chair, Member Kehoe, as you might recall, we do have findings from this board to direct that. However, given our current situation and our discussion, there are some hunts we would be inclined to definitely open, but I would say that several of those that are in there based on excess would not occur, specifically drawing hunts for both residents, non-residents, and potentially the youth hunt. However, we'd be looking at the Tier 1 permits as well as the CSH permits.
Go ahead, Lynn.
So I guess just my concern is, because last year we were at 1,015, we provided for the federal system 400, which takes us down to 615. It just appears that the Tier 1 subsistence hunters got shortchanged on that deal. We had a youth hunt, we had a general draw tag hunt, and we utilized those numbers to get to the bottom end of the ANS, but did we really provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence, guys? I guess is what I'm asking. With that harvest setup.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Kehoe, asking slippery questions, but I do think we did provide the subsistence allocation.
Before we get to Al, I wanted to follow up on that question, because are we going to jump up that very first year? Because you're going to have a Tier 2 hunt. You won't be having that number until later in July. So you're really going to have the Tier 2 subsistence hunt for another year, even if that situation were to come up, because you will have already qualified Tier 2, because you don't do your harvest or your number availability until later in the year. Go ahead, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, in a theoretical sense, we could go in and out, but that's not a practical thing. Plus, we're a year out once we have the applications and then go through the awards of the permits. So in my experience with Tier 2 hunts, I haven't seen where we've gone, we've porpoised up and down that line. And that's not fair to the hunters, in my opinion, and that's something that we would have to work with the board, I think, to understand when we should, we'll have those discussions when we're above the ANS and we can start providing those other opportunities. We have the findings that are here. That's a starting point, and then decide when we feel comfortable coming out of the Tier 2 program.
Yeah, but just to be clear, it's unlikely that it would be, just 1 year, then 1 year back. It's not, because you've already done Tier 2 qualifications. You've already got the hunt on the books. So, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Member Keel was really driving at is, in looking at the harvest allocation plan that we have in our findings, is the department's confidence in their harvestable surplus number that they come up with annually. So this last year, it was 15 caribou over the maximum, over the ANS. You know, how confident and how well do you think you're saying there's actually 15 caribou extra or 15 caribou less? Or, I mean, you're on, I don't think we manage that tight in wildlife management that we can say we're 15 caribou over the ANS.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that the population enters into Tier 2 status only when it's below the minimum ANS of 600.
Right.
And also, and Heidi can fill in the blanks here, but those are the numbers that we have to manage. So yes, we are confident in them, and that's what we use. That's the information that we're providing to the board, so absolutely.
Okay,
Yet our range of population estimates are much greater.
right. That said, the next thing we need to do before we can pass this or not pass it is a number for the bag limit. We need an amendment at either one. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to set a bag limit of 1 caribou.
Thank you.
Second.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess just to clear it up, is that 1 caribou per household or 1 caribou per application?
Per permit. So it would be 1 caribou per permit. Per permit.
Are we going to do a household limit then?
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's already the regulation that says only Tier 2 caribou permits for the Nelchina caribou herd can be issued per household.
Okay, so the amendments before us, discussion on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support that amendment. I believe that'll provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
And I'm going to support it. I make the comment that it may well end up being a 1 bull limit. It probably will be in many cases because, like, for example, this past year, there was all the harvestable surplus were bulls. So, but that gives the department the ability. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I was going to go on the record to say, is that the department already will have, if this amendment passes, the department already will have the discretion to limit it to either a bull or both, so.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment.
Call the question.
Question on the amendment?
On the amendment of a 1 caribou bag limit, Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, proposal 207 is before us now. I think it has all the required moving parts. Natalie?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that as amended, the board did establish the fall season dates and the winter season dates, but to remind the board during these discussions that we do intend to close down the winter season as we have in the past if the herd leaves the unit. If there is no harvestable surplus in the winter season, that it will not be held, as it's been standard practice all along.
That's correct, and we expect that on all winter season and antlerless seasons and et cetera. So that's, any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to put one more thing on the record, that the Federal Subsistence Board doesn't have a way to determining what subsistence needs are met by federally qualified people, nor do they have the mechanism to see if their needs are being met or, being overexploited. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate that you put these things on the record, Mr. Brett. With that, any further discussion on this? I think it's very unfortunate that we get to the position where we have to provide for a Tier 2 system, but if we have to, I think it's our purview to do that, and it's required. So I'm going to vote for this proposal. And go ahead, Al. Go, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we got a pretty lengthy document in front of us, this RC 26, the feasibility assessment, for increasing sustainable harvest. And I just got this document not too long ago. How early did maybe the ACs have this document and could they have reviewed it and looked at it?
Through the chair, that document, its first public appearance is as an RC at this meeting.
Just probably due to that fact that I probably won't be able to support this proposal.
Okay, that's understandable. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to that, that document is a feasibility assessment for providing wolf predator management for Nelchina caribou. I'll remind the board, there is an active predator control program in Unit 13 focused on moose.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion on the proposal? Are we ready to vote on it?
Call a question.
Question's been called on Proposal 207 as amended.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 207 as amended. Mr. Keough.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal 207 carries as amended by a vote of 6 yeas to 1 nay.
Thank you. And at this time, we're going to change out the board a little bit. We have the presenters, we have a AC testimony. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one more piece of business concerning this hunt, and I'm going to ask Natalie to run us through that.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just in regards to the current requirement that community subsistence harvest hunt applicants have that says that it's a 2-year commitment, essentially. So if the hunt does go into Tier 2 status, we just want to bring to the attention that those, because the hunt will not be held, that those members of the community subsistence harvest hunts will no longer be locked into those conditions. They will be expected and able to apply for the Tier 2 permits, so.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we have someone from the McGrath AC is going to give a short testimony before the next section. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Before our staff leaves the table here, I just want to make sure. So right now, we have a Tier 1 hunt scheduled for this summer. I just want to make it clear that if our population estimates when we get them back and there's no harvestable surplus, we, as a department, will likely close that Tier 1 hunt. And at that point in time, if we do that, we will then ask the Federal Subsistence Board to close that hunt down. So for this year, we don't have Tier 2, I want to make it clear, we don't have Tier 2 available to us. We can't get that done. We have a Tier 1 hunt, but if we don't have a harvestable surplus based on the population numbers, we have the EO authority to close the hunt.
Thank you. Al, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I didn't think of this till Natalie just said something. So if applicants win a Tier 2 permit, are they able to hunt caribou in other units?
Through the chair, yes, applicants, Tier 2 permit holders are not bound by the same conditions
Okay.
as the existing community subsistence harvest hunts.
Thank you, Natalie.
Okay, thank you.
Brett Gibbons from the McGrath AC.
Brett Gibbons from McGrath AC should be on.
Hello.
Hello, Brett. You can go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, good morning. My name is Brett Gibbons, Chair of the McGrath Advisory Committee, and wanted to take a couple minutes and speak to Proposal 204 involving closure of the Dall sheep hunt in Unit 19C, realizing that's pretty controversial. Lifelong resident and sheep hunter myself. It's a big step but the McGrath AC unanimously supported that proposal for this closure. And during discussions, the main feelings about that were realizing that the harvest, I believe, was down to about 29 animals this last fall, maybe 26-ish by non-residents and only 3 by Alaska residents. I hear then, and the advisory committee has heard a lot of discussion from Alaska residents saying, you know, believing that full curl will protect it and it should still be residents. Our feeling is the sheep numbers are so low that every one of these animals has significant value. It's not about an allocation issue at this point, residents versus non-residents. It's about every animal on the landscape. And I know there's a lot of data and opinions suggesting that, you know, full curl will protect the breeding age rams enough to still get that done. The concern, and something that we discussed on the AC a lot, are the unquantifiable parts of what each of those rams is doing out there during the off season on a deep snow year like we've had several years. Are those larger bodied rams breaking trail to feeding areas? Are they better at that than lambs and ewes? Are they deterring predation or maybe being preyed upon instead of a pregnant ewe? There's all these other things that are values beyond just the breeding value. And so I think that we are at a point now where every one of those animals has so much value out there to try and get this population built back up. We can control human harvest. We can control predation to some degree. We can't control these winters that have been just smacking these sheep out here. But yeah, if we could leave another 29 rams on the landscape next fall or the fall after, so that they can be doing what they do to contribute to the rest of the sheep herd the whole rest of the year beyond just breeding, I think that's pretty important. And that's a big picture thing that we all need to think about right now, because it does seem like it's reaching kind of a critical mass deal here. And I understand there's livelihoods at stake in the guiding industry. I understand it's very important to a lot of residents to be out hunting sheep. So it's with no small concern that we did unanimously support this proposal. We believe it's that serious right now. That's about what we have to say on proposal 204. A pretty big deal. I know it's controversial, but heavy stuff. And then is it appropriate time for me to comment on proposal 205 from this area also, or just 204?
You can go ahead and speak to 205 as well. And actually, the suite of moose proposals that we have before us.
Okay, so I guess this will be generally speaking. The McGrath AC did unanimously support proposal 205, which would change that Unit 19C moose hunt for non-residents from a registration permit to a drawing permit hunt with up to 20 permits available. Having watched the dynamic change with that farewell area of 19C over the last, in my case, only 20 years or so, but some of the AC members have been around that area for lifetimes here and watched that dynamic change, both as far as the user groups involved and the amount of infrastructure and vehicles and everything else out there, but also on the biological side, seeing the amount of moose getting hauled out of there. And through the data presented to us, it does look like bull-cow ratios were starting to get to a point where they need to be managed a little bit tighter. And I think that harvest data suggests that a large percentage of the sublegal bulls harvested out there in recent years has been non-residents, and these are unguided, unaccompanied non-residents, mainly as part of one large group out there. But anyway, that being said, this advisory committee did unanimously support some reduction to non-resident moose harvest out there. And we received a lot of public comments from past and present user groups out there supporting some sort of a reduction or a closure as well. That's all I have on behalf of the McGrath AC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any quick questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brett, for chiming in or coming in online. On proposal 205, it wants to limit it to 20 non-resident permits. Did the AC talk about that? Because I'm sure there's not 100% success on non-resident participation out there. So that would be, if they were 100% successful, it'd be less than, half of what they've been traditionally taking. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
The AC did talk a little bit about that, and basically would be opposed to an amendment a little bit larger number there. There was some discussion. I don't have those exact notes in front of me, but I recall that discussion and basically looking for a reduction, a way to pull it back from where it currently is. And yeah, that number, the AC would support a number a little bit higher. I'd have to, or the AC would have to hear those actual harvest numbers again from Josh Pierce. But yeah, we weren't necessarily hung up on the 20, but the concept of a draw hunt with a reduction in permit numbers for non-residents, that concept was definitely what we were supporting, more so than that exact number of 20.
Okay, thanks, Brett, and good to hear from you.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Brett. Thank you for calling in. A couple quick questions. Your AC is called the McGrath AC, but is it? Can you explain to the board the makeup of your AC? Is it just McGrath residents?
No, we have on this what we call the McGrath AC. It should more be the Upper Kuskokwim AC. We have residents of McGrath, Chakotna, and Nikolai, and we have Talida seats. There's nobody, those folks aren't currently residing in Talida. They're residing down in Nikolai, but they are still Talida seats. So yeah, multiple villages from Unit 19D, and then of course the Nikolai and Talida folks that have used 19C for, I guess, time immemorial, right? But yeah, that's how we're comprised.
Through the chair, thank you, Brett, for that information. And as someone who, I know you get around a lot, you have an airplane and a bunch of the other ACs do a lot of flying. What is your perspective of how winter is shaping up and how the sheep are doing this winter from your perspective?
My perspective is something very similar to the last two winters. We've got big snow out here. We had a couple of recent freeze thaw, kind of late winter freeze thaw cycles that made big crust. And I haven't had boots on the ground up in the Alaska range, but lots of snow. Everything around Farewell is still all the way white, which isn't always the case. In fact, more often that's not the case, and there's a lot of brown showing out around there due to the wind and the warm weather midwinter. But it's I think we're in for it again. I mean, it's all speculation, right? But having spent a bunch of time around here, I think it's another troubling winter and spring setting up for the sheep here. So it's definitely a concern.
Yeah, thank you for that information, Brett, because normally before these winters got skewed like they are with all these warming events, typically we got dry snow that blew off the south side of the slopes and exposed the feed for the sheep, and the way these winters been, I've been really worried about that's not happening, or if it is, it's very little now. Do you have the same concerns?
I do, and as just a graphic illustration of that, along a lot of the country that's on the front of the Alaska Range and then out on into the flats towards McGrath, but a lot of country that would either be blown clear or would have clear snowdrifts, you know, that ocean wave looking type snowdrifty country that everything east of McGrath usually gets a lot of. Not the case. Everything is this weird tabletop flat. It's beautiful for bopping around in a ski plane, but it's not beautiful for the critters because we've got the winter's accumulation of snow that then got such a hard, glassy crust on it that snow can't even drift and move. And so it's just remaining in place. And we can have 20, 25 knot winds right now, and there's no snow moving around. There's still that big, deep snow base, and it's not clearing all the slopes either. To look over there while I'm flying east of McGrath right now, normally a lot of the Alaska Range would be brown from the aerial view shortly out of McGrath, and that's not the case. It's predominantly white, which for this late into March is definitely abnormal.
Thank you for that information, Brett.
Ruth has a question.
Hi, Brett. Have you had any concerns about any sublegal rams being taken in the area?
Well, for a lot of years, I had my hands on a lot of the sublegal rams taken out of the area. I don't think in the last couple years that's a rampant problem, but I don't know that for a fact. I mean, we ask for data on that, and we watch for that. I would say in Unit 19C, that's not a rampant problem. Almost all the hunters are guided, and no, that's not a huge concern for the AC.
Thank you. Doug?
Yeah, so, hey, thanks for your service and thanks for joining us today. This is Doug Winsline, Commissioner of Fish and Game. So on the fish side, when we have stocks of fisheries that are of concern and we're not meeting our escapement goals, we put together action plans that include conservation measures such as closures. But at the end of that, we have metrics as to that we want to achieve to relax those restrictions. Well, the proposal that's being discussed is a 5-year moratorium. What would success look like to your AC after 5 years in terms of whether that would need to be extended or whether or not we've achieved some measure of success in that sheep populations that we could reopen hunting?
Excellent question, sir. Our AC, and we may have a warped viewpoint of success after a 5-year moratorium because we lived and breathed a 5-year moose moratorium here in McGrath in the early 2000s, where everybody around here came on board with it. In fact, during that 5-year moratorium, there were 2 illegal moose killed in the moratorium area, both from out of area folks that voted in, but pretty impressive participation in that moratorium by the local village residents. And it did. It sunsetted at 5 years, and the results were amazing. Likely a little bit more graphic than this sheep thing would be, but definitely the AC has a picture in mind of there being a big difference if we close this for 5 years. Whether you're boots on the ground or flying through the Alaska Range, either way, being able to see groups of sheep better than right now, better than the occasional little polka dot or a couple of ewes with no lambs or these, single rams instead of big bands of rams. It's pretty bleak up there right now, and I think that the AC and talking definitely had that viewpoint of after 5 years, hopefully looking better, and hopefully then having that discussion about, what kind of harvest through survey data or whatever, what kind of harvest is now allowable. And I don't think that RAC is looking at this as a way to trick anybody into this, being a real long-term closure, or just having it be the way it is, that 19C sheep don't get hunted. Everybody here would love to see some positive result from this, and that these efforts aren't wasted. And so like I said, we may have rose-colored glasses on a little bit because of what we saw happen with the moose. And there was also predator control along with that, but that'd be a whole different discussion that isn't for right this second. But we believe there can be that positive payoff for everybody and all user groups on the semi-short term, not 40 years from now.
Okay, thank you. I'm just struggling a little bit because I see a lot of the issues associated with the sheep populations really being weather-driven, and we may not be able to control weather over the next 5 years. And so what does success look like after 5 years? If we have a population of sheep the same size as we have right now, do we revert back to full curl management as a management strategy moving forward? So at some point in time, I think if we get into moratorium discussions, we got to have some discussion about what we think success looks like at the end of that, so we can reopen those hunts.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can see that point for sure. And I want to see it reopened as much or more than anybody. I live here. I got a cub. I like to hunt sheep.
Go ahead, Stas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brett, for that last comment. That's kind of where I was going with this. So from your perspective as an AC and yourself, like you just mentioned, and maybe some others, where are you guys getting your sheep now?
We're not. There's no local participation.
Okay, Stas.
Yeah, Brett, because the reason I ask you that is because there's been a lot of dialogue and public comments and what I've been exposed to as far as what information people submitted, that if we close Unit 19C, that we were going to, all those hunters are going to go someplace else and cause problems elsewhere. And I just thought, seeing if you guys talked about that concept at all.
We did, and folks here, there's not a huge number of local sheep hunters, but the folks around here, for the most part, just aren't going to go. But I understand that concept, and that's a real thing to consider because it's definitely happened in other hunts, and we saw it happen in Unit 19C back in 2005-ish. And so there's always going to be a little bit of a displacement as the populations go up and down and as regulations change. There's no question, and I know there's only so many places for guys to get displaced to right now because there's reduced sheep numbers in a lot of areas. But at some point, sheep hunters, like anybody, have to be able to be willing to go, okay, this is something I love to do. It's part of my heart and soul. We also like the meat. But I may just have to skip a couple years and, find an exciting way to fill my time and fill my freezer a little bit. And that's just a reality. We all want to have our cake and eat it too, but sometimes you got to make the hard decisions that even involve some personal sacrifice. And I think that the sheep hunting community a little bit is going to have to realize that this is part of hopefully something good for their kids and their grandkids down the road instead of killing the last few here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Anything else? Nope. No more questions for you. So Brett, thank you. And now it's up to the board what to do.
Okay, thank you everybody for your time and your service.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 204, close the resident and non-resident hunting for Dall sheep in Units 19C Charlie for 5 years.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Mr. Chairman.
Don't forget to turn your mic on when you talk. Ed, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Proposal 204 and the subsequent moose ones, we have Josh Pierce, the area biologist from McGrath. I'd also like to point out, we have Lincoln Perrette, Jason Sikowski, and Brad Windling online as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, board members. For the record, my name is Josh Pierce, and I'm the McGrath area biologist. Copies of my slides can be found on RC4, tab 7.1. Proposal 204 would close all sheep hunting in Unit 19C for a 5-year period. The department is opposed to a full closure for the purpose of facilitating sheep population growth. However, we do recognize there are user conflicts in the unit and that these conflicts may become elevated with fewer sheep to be harvested. The department is neutral on any allocative decisions the board may make to address these issues. There is currently a 5-day youth hunt in place from August 1st to August 5th. This hunt is available to resident youth and non-resident youth if they are accompanied by a resident parent, step-parent, or legal guardian. There is also a fall season hunt from August 10 to September 20th. This is a general season harvest ticket hunt open to both residents and non-residents who are either guided or accompanied by a relative within the second degree of kindred. Finally, there is a winter registration hunt open from August 1st to April 30th. This hunt is available to residents only. If this proposal passes, all sheep hunting in 19C would be closed for 5 years. This figure shows the total number of sheep hunters in Unit 19C from 2013 to 2022. Non-residents are shown in blue and residents in orange. Over this 10-year period, non-residents made up an average of 51% of all hunters. As sheep numbers have declined, both non-residents and residents have reduced their efforts. However, non-residents have continued to hunt at higher levels than residents, and in 2022, they made up 63% of all hunters. This figure again shows non-residents in blue and residents in orange over the same 10-year period from 2013 to 2022. Over this 10-year period, non-residents harvested 71% of all sheep compared to 29% for residents. This gap has increased in recent years, and in 2022, non-residents shot 26 sheep compared to only 3 sheep by residents. This represented 90% of all the sheep taken. The numbers on the previous slides represented all harvest, including the youth hunt and the winter RS 380 hunt. Splitting those data out, you can see that the harvest during the youth hunt is low compared to the regular general season. Since implementation of the youth hunt in 2016, an average of 3 sheep have been harvested per year during the youth season, all of which have been taken by residents. The winter hunt, RS 380, was authorized by the board in 2014. Overall harvest in this hunt is also low. This figure breaks down harvest by ewes and rams and shows that total harvest has only averaged 2 sheep per year, taken by an average of 4 hunters per year. In 2020, the winter season was closed by emergency order, and in RY 21 and 22, there was a restricted bag limit and a reduced quota. The RY 22 data are preliminary as the hunt is still open. This figure shows just resident harvest by hunt from 2013 to 2022. The general season is shown in blue, RS 380 is shown in orange, and the youth hunt is shown in black. The RS 380 hunt began in RY 14 and the youth hunt began in RY 16. On average, the general season hunt makes up 89% of the annual harvest by residents. Looking at the bigger picture, this figure shows all sheep harvest in Unit 19C going back to 1983. Beginning in the mid-'80s, there was a steady increase in harvest from 63 sheep in 1983 to 124 by 1988. From 1987 to 1997, there was a decade of harvest with over 100 sheep taken per year and a peak harvest of 127 sheep in 1990 and 1995. Sheep harvest remained over 100 sheep per year until 1997, but began to steadily decline to only 61 sheep by 1999. Sheep harvest then remained relatively flat, averaging just over 60 sheep per year until 2010, at which time we saw another steady increase in harvest. We reached a high of 118 sheep harvested in 2018 and 114 sheep in 2019, which was the first year our surveys detected a decline in the population. Then, in 2020, we saw a significant drop in harvest, followed by 2 more very poor years of harvest, including a historic low of only 29 sheep harvested in 2020. This was an approximately 75% decrease in harvest in just a 4-year period, and was well below the level of harvest observed after the decline in sheep numbers in the late 1990s. Consistent sheep surveys in 19C began in 2010, which was a period when harvest began to increase. In 2019, we observed the beginning of a decline in sheep during our summer surveys. This followed a winter with deep snow and a very cold spring. However, during the fall of 2019, harvest was still high and mature rams seemed to have fared well the previous winter. We were not able to conduct surveys in 2020 or 21, but those winters were also particularly challenging, including the second deepest snow on record in March of 2020. After the 2020 hunting season, we began to receive numerous calls from concerned hunters and guides about low sheep numbers. In November 2020, there was an ACR submitted to the board to close or shorten the sheep season, and in 2021, another ACR was submitted to implement a draw hunt for non-residents. Poor weather has continued, and on Christmas Day 2021, there was a significant freezing rain event followed by a very late snow in May 2022 during the lambing season, which persisted for several weeks. In 2022, this last summer, we were able to survey 5 portions of 19C. We saw significant declines of 55 to 80%, with the most significant declines in the northeast portion of the unit where densities are typically the highest. There were only 11% lambs in the survey, and of the 436 sheep observed, only 7 were judged to be full curl. Based on current data, recovery of sheep to historic levels is unlikely in the near future, and there will be very few legal rams available for harvest. There is a positive C&T determination for sheep in Unit 19 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 1 to 5 sheep. While the fall hunt can provide for subsistence opportunity, the winter hunt was specifically structured to provide for subsistence opportunity according to the pattern of customary and traditional use. The winter hunt has been restricted for 3 years, including this year, and the board may wish to consider if subsistence opportunities are currently being met. In the fall of RY 22, residents harvested 3 sheep in Unit 19C. The current full curl harvest strategy is unlikely to regulate sheep population size or trends because only male sheep that average 8 years of age are harvested. Sheep populations are primarily believed to be regulated by environmental factors such as weather, predation, and forage, and occurs independently of hunted and non-hunted populations. Long-term survey data and harvest records indicate that sheep populations fluctuate significantly. The full curl harvest strategy provides a conservative management approach that allows for hunting opportunities during increasing, stable, and decreasing periods of sheep abundance. The effects of density dependence on population dynamics in Alaska sheep are largely unknown. Therefore, determining the carrying capacity of GMUs or a mountain range for sheep is not currently possible. As such, managing sheep populations based on a desired population objective may not be feasible. In general, sheep surveys are designed to provide an index to sheep population status. These data are largely used to manage sheep hunter expectations rather than inform regulatory changes. And finally, a sheep hunting closure in Unit 19C may result in displacement of resident hunters, guides, and non-resident hunters to other GMUs. Proposal 204 would close all sheep hunting in Unit 19C for a 5-year period. The department opposes a full closure for the purpose of facilitating sheep population growth, but is neutral with respect to any regulatory changes that address allocation. If allocation of harvest or hunting opportunity for Unit 19C sheep is warranted to address fewer numbers of legal rams on the landscape, there are numerous options for the board to consider short of a complete closure. Those include, but are not limited to, the use of drawing permits and shortening or shifting of season dates to limit participation while keeping in mind the preference for subsistence uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from committee board members? Go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Josh, for that report. I just have a few questions here. In your report, you mentioned you're able to conduct 5 sections on your survey. How many sections do you have?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Hoffman. We have 6 survey units that we try to fly every year. As I mentioned, 2010 was when we started doing those surveys consistently. There are historic surveys that go back further than that. This year, we were able to get 2 of those, but the Palmer area office also surveyed portions of Unit 19C, which were immediately adjacent to ours. So we were able to use those data as well this summer. So between the 2 offices, we actually got a fair bit of survey work done.
And those adjacent ones you mentioned were in 19C?
Portions of them were, yes, that's correct.
If I will, Mr. Chair. For the youth hunt, is the requirements the same as the general hunt, full curl?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, that's correct, yes, full curl.
And the seasons are the same, or it's an early season?
The season is August 1st to August 5th for the youth hunt.
And that's closed right now?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, that season has not been closed. It's not open currently because it's the month of March, but it's been open all these years, since implementation in 2016.
And how many were harvested out of that last year?
I believe it was 0 last year. The numbers are, it was 0 last year, and average harvest has been three sheep taken during the youth season.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question before I let others ask, and I have a few more. But so in 2012 to 2014 was a statewide weather event that impacted sheep. Was 19C part of that?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman again. Yeah, we saw extremely poor lamb survival in our surveys in 2013, and so yes, absolutely.
So those sheep that survived that are probably should be the legal rams we're harvesting now.
Member Hoffman, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion, questions, from board members? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your winter subsistence hunt, how many, you know, that varies a little bit on number of hunters. How many days are they hunting?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, we issue up to a 10-day hunt period for those hunts. That hunt is very tightly regulated to make sure that we don't exceed our quota. Hunters are required to call in and get a hunt authorization, basically.
So your 10 days is, you feel is meeting reasonable opportunity?
10 days is a period we've chosen just to give people opportunity. So they're allowed to call us 3 days in advance. We don't allow hunters to reserve a spot in August for a hunt in February, for example. I guess to try to make it fair to everybody. And then the 10 days seems to work really well. We've had I can't actually think of any hunters who were not satisfied with that.
I just seen last year there was 2 hunters that participated and didn't harvest anything. I didn't know if they had a reasonable amount of time to participate in that.
Yeah, so Member Barrett, yeah, they were given similar hunt periods, and those hunters are actually out in the field right now as we speak still.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know the results of their hunt yet.
Okay, additional questions from board members. I have a question. This area has been hunted regularly. It's a general open season, youth season, et cetera. Has had a significant population decline. Other areas in the state that are not hunted, what has the population done in those areas during the same time?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I'll answer that briefly and then let maybe Brad come on too, but my understanding is large portions of the Alaska Range have seen pretty significant declines in sheep numbers. And I think to your point as well, whether it be in Denali National Park or just to the west in the Farewell area, or 19C rather, declines have been pretty significant across the Alaska Range.
And did you attribute that to weather-related incidents primarily?
Mr. Chair, yeah, weather is really our best hypothesis for what's going on right now. And the weather has been extremely difficult for sheep the last several years.
Okay, thank you. Stash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick one. So all the research I've done, this shows me this is the largest sheep decline on record. Is that true from your perspective in 19C?
Member Hoffman, through the chair. So if you look at that one, I can't answer that question specifically, but if you look at the figure I showed with harvest going back to the 80s and using harvest as a proxy for sheep numbers, yeah, this decline appears to be more significant than the last one.
Thank you.
Board members, questions? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask this question because the commissioner's busy. What, if there was a 5-year moratorium on it, what would success look like out there?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, I think what the advisory committee is really hoping to see here is an improvement in sheep numbers. Success has not been defined, and that question was brought up specifically. If there were a 5-year moratorium put in place, there would be a lot of discussions with you guys, with the advisory committee, other members of the public to define what success is. And then beyond that, okay, how do we come back out of this moratorium? Those conversations have not happened at this point.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Well, if I could follow up on that, how would you define this success? I mean, talking about what the advisory committee was, but you're an expert out there, you're in the area. How would you define success for this moratorium?
Mr. Chair, the success, I guess I would like to see an improvement in trends in our surveys that we do, start to see improved lambing survival, some of those sorts of numbers looking more positive than they are now. But as far as an actual definition of success, I don't have that in mind.
So just to follow up with just a little bit more, we have other areas that are hunted in the state. You would expect this trend to be better in this area than those other areas that are hunted? We would expect it to be somehow different. I mean, what we're looking at is trying to decide whether to allow full curl hunting or to not allow any hunting in this area. And, really, what are we going to compare it to? You can't compare it to another unhunted area. You have to compare it to hunted areas. And which area would you compare it to? Because you can't just compare it to itself. Because that, you know, it could be great weather, it could be bad weather. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to ask the folks online to comment on this as well. You know, we've thought about other places that we're experiencing this decline, and I've said it on record many times. We don't know the answer when is low enough. There are places, though, in Unit 23, for example, when we got down to 300 to 500 sheep, it was closed. But there are some small hunts that have really low numbers of sheep that we continue to allow to hunt on the full curl premise. There's lots of questions about what is success. And that's a good question because we need to think about that. But biologically, I think that question is it's complicated by, there's also a social aspect to this for sure. And it's been brought up in these proposals a lot. So just, you know, keeping in mind what the users would like to see, you know, it's going to be, the information's going to be provided on the biological side, but it's going to be different.
Thank you, Ryan. Stosh, and then the commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to Josh here. What percentage of the full curl rams do you think are being removed from 19C, or do you have an idea?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, that's another question I wish I knew or had a real good answer for you on, but I do not. We don't know exactly how many full curl rams are out there. We know what harvest is. So our surveys that we do are primarily designed to give us trend information. They are not actual population counts. And with that, we can only use the data for what it's useful for, and that's trend information.
Okay, follow-up.
Thank you. During your testimony, you stated during your surveys you accounted for 7 full curl rams. What have you seen in years past?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, we typically have about 4 to 6% of the survey is full curl sheep. This year it was under 2%, and so depending on the total numbers of sheep that we see, we would expect 4 to 6% to be full curl rams. So you just have to do the math on it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. If I may continue, Mr. Chair. So right now, with looking at all the information available to me and us, it looks to me like we're definitely taking more percentage of the full curl rams than ever. And from my perspective, I think we're taking close to all of them. And if that's the case, what cohort of rams is doing the breeding? That leaves it down to the 5, 6, 7-year-olds. And from all my reading and my knowledge, if those rams are forced, or the breeding is left up to them, they enter the winter in not as good condition as they would have been if we had normal full curl rams to do that breeding. Do you think that's a good analysis?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, if I could get Brad Wendling maybe to come on and answer that question, please.
Mr. Chairman, we do have Mr. Wendling online as well. Go ahead, Brad.
All right, thank you, members of the board. Through the chair to Member Hoffman, I think the best information we have on the percentage full curl rams that we were harvesting on a given year would go back to our horn morphometric study. We presented this information to the board back in October. We've stolen a term, it's not a term that we use in wildlife, it's a kind of a term that we've used, stolen from or borrowed from our fisheries counterparts as an escapement. We've had a study where we've measured all the horns that have come in through our office during compulsory sealing. And looking at that, we're able to back calculate how many years a sheep has been legal for harvest based on 360 degrees of curl. And so looking at 19C, those sheep have ranged between 59 and 85% of this 59 to 85% of the rams that are harvested were legally available for harvest at least one previous hunting season based on the degree of curl. So the notion that we're cropping them all off as soon as they become full curl is not accurate.
Can you state that last sentence again?
The notion that we are cropping all these rams off as soon as they become full curl or legal based on 360 degrees of curl is not accurate. Through 2021, I do not have 2022 data included in that analysis.
So you're saying, essentially, you're saying we're not taking all the legal rams in 19C?
We have not been up to this point, no.
Okay, yeah, so part of my comment was that given all the data I'm exposed to, we are, and if you use the hunting harvest as an index and the population graphs, we're the closest we've ever been to taking all of them. We don't know the percentage, but we're getting pretty narrow here. I mean, at what point do you think, when would the department have raised concern about harvesting all the rams, and would that be a factor if we were?
Historically, if we go back, and this is a broader context, look at all our general season hunting areas. If you look at the structure, our age structure, and the escapement rates based on degree of curl, we are nowhere close to cropping all these sheep off as soon as they become full curl. At what point would we be concerned? I think we are largely comfortable with that the harvest of full curl rams is largely compensatory. I do not think we're close to that point.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. So, so you're basically saying that the full curl strategy is perfectly okay with it still works if we take every available full curl ram on the landscape. So that's what I heard. And compensatory, can you kind of explain to the board what that means? Does that mean that any sheep over 8 years old doesn't matter if it dies?
We take largely compensatory. We're harvesting a section of the age or a component of the population that is going to as susceptible to high levels of natural mortality. They're at the end of their life.
Okay, Commissioner.
So I'm still struggling with the question that I asked the AC. What does success look like after 5 years? And in terms of when you would lift this moratorium and what metrics you would like to see in terms of the population to lift the metric. Because if the end of the metric is, again, full curl management at the end of it, and full curl management's not having an impact on the sheep population mortality rates right now, and will not necessarily impact rebuilding. I'm just struggling with what you want to see at the end of this if the end result of this is returning back to full curl management. So maybe just a little bit of a record building on what success would look like at the end would be helpful.
Go ahead, Stas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For one, not dropping any more than we've dropped is success in itself. I mean, if it keeps dropping, that's astonishing information we're looking at. And maybe we're just trying to stop the bleeding now, because any lower than this to rebound is going to take years and years. Stopping it where it is now might be success. Any growth is success.
Do you have something to say, Commissioner, on that? If not, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question to whoever can answer it is, so I guess one of my concerns with this proposal is the fact that I think a few years back we had some significant winter events. Also, we're missing a lamb crop out of there. And about the time we'd be coming out of this moratorium, we'd be seeing that missing component of the population on that also. So it almost like we're setting ourselves up for failure here to not necessarily see a benefit for the moratorium because we're going to be dealing with that missing component from just a few winters back.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is a question to Josh. So you mentioned you have like 5 different survey areas there. I've spent a lot of time up in that country. I know weather, snow conditions are drastically different from the Post to Egypt Mountain to when I go up to Tatina. Tell me a little bit about what you've noticed about those 5 different survey areas, and if any of those areas seem to be, more stable than others.
Yeah, through the chair to Member Fletcher. Absolutely, they vary, and I gave you kind of a range of what the declines look like, and our 3 areas are divided in 2, which is why I said we have 6, but it's actually kind of 3 contiguous areas. To the northeast, where we typically have, or historically have seen the highest densities of sheep, that's where the declines have been the most significant and definitely the most drastic when you fly out there, and just the really noticing the decrease. We have another area that's kind of more of a moderate density, and that area has fared better. It's still down about 55% from what it's been historically, which is a pretty dramatic decline, but not quite as bad. And then the third area we do is has always been kind of a low density area, and it remains low density. Last winter, I was actually able to get out there. We were doing some capture work with a helicopter and go land in those areas. And quite frankly, that low density area, all I can think is those sheep must move out of there because there was so much snow in there. I don't know how any, could have made it through that winter. So yes, the areas do vary in density, and we kind of have a low, medium, and high that we survey.
And one more question. When I'm looking at slide number 16, can you please remind me, is the full curve management strategy been in place for the entirety of that graph? From like 82 on?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't remember exactly when the full curl strategy started in 19C. Maybe somebody else could help me with that.
We may be able to get that from Mr. Wendling or Mr. Perrette online.
We are looking.
Go ahead, Stas.
Yeah, thank you. Just to respond to the commissioner's question about success, sounds like no one's really clear on that, and we don't really know at this point, but maybe that's why we need to formulate a management plan on this and see what we can come up with.
Okay, thank you. We're still looking for the answer. Go ahead.
So I'm looking at the graph that was presented during the proposal, and full curl ram harvest is going down pretty dramatically. I imagine that's in relation to abundance. So the question that I have is, how much of an impact does the current level of harvest at these low levels of full curl rams have on the rebuilding of the population? Or is it more a factor of what's happening on the landscape in terms of snow conditions and other things? I'm just trying to figure out how much of an impact the removal of that harvest would have on the rebuilding.
Yeah, through the chair to the commissioner. That's kind of what some of the back and forth discussion has been with Member Hoffman and then Brad Wendling, our sheep researcher. And it's unlikely with the data, it's unlikely with the data that we have available to us that reduction in the harvest would have an impact, a significant impact on the trajectory of the sheep population, if that gets to your question.
Okay. Ryan?
As usual, Natalie comes through. 1989, it went from 7/8 to full curl.
Okay, thank you. James has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, this kind of goes back to Member Fletcher's question. So 6 sections that you're surveying, correct? And there is some private land out there where they do control sheep hunter access, if you will, where residents can apply for land use permits, and there are non-resident hunters that also can go out there through guides and hunt on that private land as well. What I'm curious about is to see if when you go to do those 6-section surveys, is any one of those 6-section surveys isolated to that specific private land? And then are you, in order to see if there's a difference where there's limited sheep hunters versus unlimited in the remainder portion of 19C?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, we absolutely do that. One of our sections that we survey is on that large tract of private land that exists out there. And we specifically chose that area kind of as a comparison to an immediately adjacent area that's also regularly accessed. Historically, we absolutely see more full curl rams in that area where access is controlled and limited compared to the other area. However, currently now, this last year when we were out there, that area also had very few full curl rams, definitely reduced numbers of sheep. And again, that's because it was a weather-related event and not a hunting-related event.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of where I wanted to, that was where I was going with my questioning, was to see if, you know, obviously where you have controlled sheep hunter access, it would make sense that if all things, you know, were equal, that you might have more full curl rams in that area. But it sounds like where the weather is impacting all areas to include the unlimited portion and the controlled portion of the sheep hunters, you are seeing the same amount of decline, correct?
Yes, mostly correct, with the exception of, as I said, areas to the northeast where we've had the highest densities. That's where we've seen the most, the biggest declines. So that area you're referring to was where it was more on the order of about 55% decrease in total sheep numbers.
So one follow-up then, so that area where you saw the most decline, just to be clear then, that is or is not in that private land area where hunter access is limited?
That is not the same area. The biggest declines were to the northeast, right immediately adjacent to Denali National Park.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. One last question. So the department has EO authority on this stock of sheep in 19C. At what point will you use EO authority? If, you know, I kind of asked this before, but I mean, right now we harvested 30 legal rams. Would they use EO authority if we dropped to 15 harvested rams, or would that not be a factor?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, it certainly would be a factor. I don't know what the number is as far as the harvest and where it would be. I did provide some background on other places that have been closed to sheep hunting and some places that would continue to go. There are differences, you know, for sure, but it would certainly be a factor. I don't have a number, and I guess I wanted to add a little bit, and I hope that answers your question. It's not very good answer, and I apologize for that, but I do want to provide a little bit of help in considering what does success look like, and thinking about it from the department's perspective. You know, we live and die by the numbers. So as a suggestion, and I don't want to, you know, put words in Josh's mouth, but you know, the index numbers during surveys, when those start to come up, is there a threshold that would signal success for us? The percentage of lambs in those surveys, maybe it's sheep per hour, you know, similar to something we do with goats per hour in Southeast. An increase in full curls. So, you know, just some ideas for the metrics to start to actually measure success. So if it is closed, those are things that we can look for into the future as to get it back open.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. So this is very concerning to me, especially the part about that not exercising the EO authority. We don't have any point where I feel we need some point to engage that, use that EO authority. Otherwise, we're essentially saying right now, if we only have one full curl ram harvested a year, we're still going to do it. If we're at that point, that means the population is at such a level. This is where it bothers me here. We're down at these levels, so low, unprecedented levels, and we're still hanging on to the full curl strategy. We've never tested it to these levels. Where's our stop point? I feel like we need one.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm struggling too with that very question, because a lot of our metrics that we've seen presented are the harvest of full curl rams, which is dropping, but we don't have a metric of the total sheep population, which is the metric that we would probably use to close that population. Just because sheep harvest is declining doesn't necessarily mean that there's a biological emergency on the landscape, because, again, the strategy that we built for sheep management is full curl management, and we always have some number of non-full curl sheep out there that are contributing to the reproductive success of the population. So that's, again, where I'm struggling with what does success look like after 5 years? Is it, we're not going to have harvest as a measure of what's going on in the population. We're going to probably have to rely on other metrics, like Ryan was talking about, to assess whether or not we have a population that's successful of reopening.
Okay, thank you for that. So the way it stands now, we could harvest no legal rams and still keep the season open, because that's the way it's operating now.
That's the basic foundational premise of full curl management, yes. And at some point in time, success rates are going to get so low that the department probably will close the hunts, because we're not really providing a reasonable expectation of success for those hunters to go out in the field.
Thank you. Any additional questions? If not, board discussion on the proposal. Al, any discussion? James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Hoffman's correct with his questioning there, and that's my concern as well, is that, the board is being asked to vote on a proposal that we're kind of going in blind. We don't know where that threshold is. Obviously, we're trying to vote on a proposal specifically for full curl sheep. But what is the remainder? How many ewes, how many lambs? What is success for us? And so, that is my concern, is that you say, Commissioner, you mentioned that, as a department, there could be a future date at which we have to close it because the number of full curl rams has reached a number. And I think that's where we're at as a board, is we're asking, how do we know we're not there now, today? And I think that's my concern as a voter on the board here, is I could be voting to go ahead and eliminate the hunt, but we're still above that number or below it, and we don't know what that is.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm not putting that back on the department for right here in this meeting, but I'm just stating on the record that that's what we're being asked to do, and that's a very difficult question to answer when we don't have the numbers.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think we're struggling with what does full curl management mean on the landscape out there? Are we going to take that opportunity away, and with it subsistence opportunities on the landscape that for people to harvest these animals, with the hope that that's going to make a difference in terms of rebuilding the sheep population to some number that's out there? Again, that's questioning the very foundation of full curl management as we move forward. And we're not necessarily opposed to these discussions. These are great discussions to have, but again, is it making a meaningful difference to remove the full curl segment out of this population in terms of its success at rebuilding to some number that you would feel comfortable reopening?
Okay, so a further discussion, I'll make a comment. I've read a lot of materials. I've listened to your testimony, been to our special sheep meetings, et cetera, and there is nothing that's been presented that indicates that closing this is going to rebuild the sheep population any differently than if you're still hunting full curl, based on what the department's presented, what's in the scientific literature doesn't support closing it. But that's there's other questions here. There's the social question, the local ACs are very much want it closed. There's hunter opportunity is not really there. So we have some other things to think about, but I have seen absolutely nothing presented that shows any scientific basis for closing this and expecting any different result than if you leave it open in terms of the sheep population. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm struggling as well, and that's where I was trying to go with my questioning to Josh about the private land that already controls hunting, if you will. So as we vote here to control the hunt, if you will, if we were to eliminate it, our hope is that the populations would rebound and go back up. My point about asking Josh about the private land is where you've already controlled hunting, inside an area where it isn't unlimited, it's, the department is saying that it's still decreasing. And so that is my concern, is that, so you go do this, and then it continues to decrease. I don't know where we make the stop for, or when it goes back up, where do we have a threshold to open it back up either?
Yes. Jake, any comments? Intent?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of echo a lot of your comments, Chairman. That's the way I'm going on this. I think this is definitely driven heavily by weather and not the taking of full curl rams. We got an area where hunting isn't allowed, and an area where hunting is allowed, and those trends kind of seem to mirror each other. So I'm not going to be able to support this proposal. I do understand the concern. I understand the need to have some sort of direction for the department for maybe future actions, but I can't support this proposal.
Thank you, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this. I have a few, I'll narrow it down to a few bullet points here. I've done extensive research. There was reports in the past, it is documented that extensive removal of adult rams have long-term effects on the herd. That's fact. What those are, I guess we kind of just talked about it a little bit today, but we're sublegal rams are doing the breeding. Now their body weights are down, their die rate, their mortality is higher now because they're required to do something they never were. And then the overall health of the herd, we got to leave some legal rams on the landscape to take care of their herd. That's their job. I don't believe they're all compensatory. To say anything over 8 years is I just don't believe that. And not killing more sheep is gonna save sheep. So I'm really confused about that whole concept. But besides all that, right now we have a situation in 19C where the residents, the ACs voted unanimously to stop putting sheep in their freezer for the sheep conservation. And it's so stark to them that they say, wow, there's something terribly wrong here. We need to stop hunting for the sake of the sheep. And that's my bottom line here. I was put on this board to for conservation. The sheep, if we had all sheep that could talk, you guys, I think we'd all vote unanimously to support this, but they can't, and I don't do a very good job of doing it. That's on me. And, this isn't an easy vote. In fact, this is the hardest vote I ever did on my time on the board. And it's also the easiest because we need sheep on the landscape and people are asking us to help them. And I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Hoffman, you were wrong. You do an excellent job speaking for the sheep. This is just a really tough spot for the board to be in because you support the proposal and we get 5 good years of winter and we've got more sheep on the mountain. We don't support the proposal, we get 5 good winters and we still got more sheep on the deal. So it's the only thing going to put more sheep on the mountain is time, and we don't have any control over that, and we don't have any control over the weather and what the weather events are going to do. It sounds like they've got another winter event going on out there right now. So, does the department have any concerns with production? Are the lambs being born to adequately build the population, but just not surviving through the winters?
Oh, yeah, through the chair. So our lamb numbers were very poor last year. As I mentioned in the presentation, we had a late snow in May, right during the lambing season last year. And before that, it was a very rough, hard, long winter. And so these ewes are in poor body condition, and that affects our ability to have lambs. So no, lambing is very poor right now.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So how many lambs per ewes do you need to either keep the population stable or to grow it? I mean, is it 25, is it 30, is it 35? What do you guys have a number for that?
Through the chair again. When it comes to sheep, we are a lot further behind than we are with other species. I could give you great answers for that with moose in my area, and with sheep, we just don't have that kind of information available to us. There's obviously a lot of interest in this. We've got several research projects that are starting up that hopefully can help us to better answer some of these questions. Just as a point of comparison, we had 11% lambs last year. In our late winter surveys for moose, if we see 20% calves or better, then we can look to see some productivity and growth. We had 11% in July. We hadn't even gotten to winter yet. So we're well below where we're going to expect that lamb crop to contribute much at all to this population.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
So based on those numbers, I mean, like I said, I've heard more about moose productivity and stuff like that, but at those percentages prior to winter, I mean, more than likely, your sheep pop is still going down.
Yeah, I guess I could speculate a little bit on that, but just based on the winters we've been having, if they have not bottomed out yet, they might be still decreasing some. That's hard to know for sure.
Okay, additional discussion from board members before we vote on this. Al?
Call the question.
Okay, was there something from the department?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a comment and recognize Member Hoffman especially. I know this is hard, and I know that oftentimes we can bring a number, and we can work with that. Biologically, we're hanging our hat on the full curl management strategy, but I do think the board should very much consider all the other things as the chairman pointed out, and I would also remind the board that Mr. Pierce provided some other options that you might want to consider rather than a full closure. But I do want to express my understanding that this is a very difficult topic.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I too, Stash, I understand your concerns, and this really comes down to full curl management and precautionary management principles, and how you're going to balance those two moving forward. And it's tough. We don't have the metrics that we have for other animals on the landscape that we have for sheep, so we're basically relying on full curl management as a precautionary management tool in this case. But you're right, there are other steps you could do in terms of precautionary management. So.
Okay, Stash.
Can we get a straw poll before the official vote?
No. Go ahead, Stash. Okay.
I'm going to make an amendment.
Okay, amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend that we close non-resident season in Unit 19C for 5 years.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we amend this proposal to close it to non-residents for a period of 5 years. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also ask the proposer to consider also closing the youth hunt along with that. Since it was a specialty hunt added to the equation, even though I know there was nothing harvested last year, it's just additional opportunity that's not warranted at this time.
That I can agree with that.
Was that concurrence from the second on that?
Yes.
Okay. We have an amendment before us to close it to all non-resident hunting for a period of 5 years. Christie, would you pull the board on the amendment? Okay.
Does that include second-degree kindred?
Yes. All non-resident hunting is what this question was. Go ahead. Christie.
On the amendment. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
The amendment carries 5-2.
The proposal is amended is now before us. Any further discussion on the amended proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the proposal as amended. It was not a direction I wanted to go, but the very fact that, I mean, the low lamb production, they're going to be lucky to come out of into the springtime with any lambs. It definitely appears the population is still declining, so I don't think this was a matter of if, it was just when that we had to make at least some change to what's going on there, and this is a start.
Thank you. I'm actually concerned about the amended proposal. I voted for the amendment, but thinking about this, I'm concerned that we've had low resident participation, but now with no non-resident participation, we may get greater amounts of resident participation, and so that actually concerns me. Go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to a little bit of rebuttal to that. The residents are already not hunting for the sake of conservation, and maybe a few will, but my guess is most won't because they're already doing it.
Okay, go ahead, Jake.
If the board's going to go down this route and we're concerned about take, and we're already limiting the non-resident component, I think we should consider changing it to archery only if we're really concerned about take and still providing opportunity.
James?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also go on the record that, anecdotally, we've spoken to a few guides or even heard from a few guides during public testimony that guide out there that they have also, along with the residents, reduced, their number of hunters in the area as well. Although their success is high, it doesn't guarantee that because a guide brings a non-resident out there to guide, that they're going to be successful. And so I just wanted to kind of rebuttal that back also.
Thank you. And Jake, did you want to make that as an amendment or?
Yeah, I'd love to propose an amendment to make an addition to archery equipment only.
Any addition?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Resident only, archery only hunt in Unit 19C. Additional discussion on that, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to that. I think the best science available is full curl management, and harvesting of mature rams doesn't increase or decrease your population. Currently, it's due to weather conditions.
Any additional discussion on that? Stosh?
Yeah, I won't support the amendment. The very few residents, rural residents that probably can't even afford a bow and arrow, so I'm a little bit worried about that.
I would, on that, one of the reasons to leave this open for residents would be to provide for a subsistence opportunity, and I'm wondering if any customary and traditional uses used archery equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Caroline Brown, the statewide research director for subsistence. According to the C&T finding for the fall hunt and the winter opportunity, subsistence opportunity, The primary means and methods are through firearms.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to get on the record, one of the deals that does concern me about supporting this proposal as amended is the unintended consequences of transfer of effort. And that has me on the fence a little bit because of, our other sheep populations are also really have issues, and I definitely don't think we need to put any more pressure on those other populations by a move like this. So, like I said, I am on the fence.
Okay, we're on the amendment to add archery. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm in opposition of the amendment for the reasons that Member Hoffman and the chairman stated.
Thank you. Could you call the question on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment. Mr. Barrett?
Yes, or I'm sorry, no.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
And Mr. Coody?
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
We now have the proposal back before us as amended to limit this to a resident-only hunt and eliminate the youth hunt. Any further discussion on that?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 204 as amended. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended 4-3.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I think we should we need to take a break at this point. I don't know if we want to do a full lunch, what the board, what the board would like to do. Go ahead, Lynn. If we need to go to a full lunch break, or if you would prefer to take a shorter break, come back, finish, and take the rest of the day off.
I'm in for a shorter break.
Okay, let's just take a half an hour. Okay, thanks.
Suck a beer down in half an hour.
Okay, I want to call the meeting back to order. It's been brought to my attention that RC 88 was added to our packets. It's a process for handling subsistence. That is not something that we would normally have in our book, and it's not the way we do things anymore. I've been advised that it has errors in it, so it is not our process, even though it has been previously included in information to the board. It is not accurate, does not accurately reflect this. So if you're looking at RC 88, it is not a proper document. I mean, it's something that has been used by the Board of Fish in the past, but it's not correct. Go ahead.
Just a quick comment, kind of related. The board does have the subsistence materials that we provide as part of every regulatory meeting. That packet is in your RC1 notebook.
Right, but the RC 88 is no longer, it's not what we use. Okay, so go ahead with the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 205, change the Unit 19C Charlie Moose Hunt for non-residents from a registration permit to a drawing permit with up to 20 permits available.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I want to comment that proposals 205 through 210 and 211 are all related proposals, and consideration of one will probably mean that we don't consider the other two. So these were brought to us at our ACR meeting, and by bringing one forth as an ACR, we took all three of them with us here. Go ahead, Department.
Hello, board members. Again, I'm Josh Pierce, the area biologist in McGrath, and I'll be presenting on 205 here. So proposal 205 would create a non-resident draw hunt for moose in the RM 653 Farewell Hunt area. The department is neutral on the allocative aspect of this proposal, but does support reducing harvest at this time because the bull-cow ratio is below our objective. Proposals 205, 210, and 211 were all submitted as agenda change requests in November. The board accepted the ACR for proposal 205, but did not accept the ACRs for proposal 210 and 211. While all three have the same basic premise of creating a non-resident draw hunt, there are several key differences which I will elaborate on shortly. Currently, non-resident hunters in the Farewell area are required to obtain the RM 653 registration permit. There is no limit on the number of permits issued, but non-residents are restricted to bull moose with 50-inch antlers or 4 brow tines on at least one side. In the remainder of Unit 19C, the season dates are the same. However, hunters are required to obtain a harvest ticket instead of a registration permit. If Proposal 205 passes, non-residents in the Farewell Hunt area would be required to have a draw permit with only 20 available. There would be no changes to the remainder of 19C. Proposal 210 and 211 were very similar in the basic premise of creating a non-resident draw permit. However, they did not set a cap on the total number of permits to be issued. Proposals 210 and 211 also recognize that since a draw permit cannot be implemented until RY24, they recommended closing the non-resident season for RY23. Finally, Proposal 211 recommended shortening the season for all hunters in the RM 653 area with new season dates of September 8th to September 17th. This would be a 10-day season instead of a 20-day season. This map shows the RM 653 hunt area, commonly referred to as the Farewell area, which is entirely within Unit 19C. The area is bounded by the Windy Fork of the Kuskokwim on the west, the South Fork of the Kuskokwim on the east, the Unit 19D boundary on the north, and the Alaska Range to the south. The RM 653 hunt area is approximately 382 square miles compared to about 6,700 square miles for all of Unit 19C. The Farewell Hunt area north of the Alaska Range in Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both resident and non-resident hunters. For such a remote location, there is a unique combination of good access, an extensive trail network, and a high density of moose. Due to these factors, the area attracts a large number of hunters, and in September, the area is very busy with both aircraft and ATVs. Due to concerns over declining moose, several regulatory changes were made in the early 2000s. First, in 2002, the season was shortened by 5 days, ending on the 20th instead of the 25th. Next, in 2004, the resident bag limit was changed from any bull to a bag limit of 1 bull with 50-inch antlers or 4 brow tines on at least one side or spike fork. This change quickly reduced harvest. Finally, in 2020, a registration permit was implemented in the Farewell Hunt area to improve harvest reporting, which was poor. There is a positive C&T determination in Unit 19 outside the Lime Village management area with an A&S of 400 to 700 moose, including 175 to 225 from 19A and 20 to 24 from 19B. There is a negative finding for IM in 19C. This figure shows the total number of RM 653 hunters by residency, with non-residents in blue and residents in orange. 2020 was the first year RM 653 was in place and represents the start of the best available data. In 2020, there were significant COVID travel restrictions in place, and we saw low non-resident participation that year. Since then, the number of non-residents has increased, and in 2022, there were 94 non-resident moose hunters using RM 653. Resident participation has averaged 101 hunters per year, with 107 in 2022. Total participation since RM 653 was put in place has averaged 177 hunters per year, with 201 total hunters in 2022. This figure shows the RM 653 harvest by residency, with non-resident harvest in blue and resident harvest in orange. Non-residents have averaged 43 moose over the last 3 years, while residents averaged 51 moose over that same time frame. Total harvest has averaged 94 moose per year, and 106 moose were harvested in 2022. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter moose hunt in Unit 19C. The season runs the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. No aircraft are allowed for this hunt. Participation is very low in this hunt, and only 6 moose have been harvested in the last 10 years. The total moose observed during November composition counts peaked in 2020 at 681 moose. Since that time, we have seen a steady decline in the total number of moose observed. The bull-cow ratio peaked in November 2018 at 40 bulls per 100 cows and has declined since that time. The current 2-year average is 27 bulls per 100 cows, which is below our objective of 30 bulls per 100 cows. Calf recruitment is chronically low in this area, and there were only 17 calves per 100 cows in 2022, which represented just 12% of all moose sampled. Bull-cow ratios have declined below our management objective, and bulls are very susceptible to harvest in this area. If this proposal passes, we would anticipate an approximately 33% reduction in total harvest. If the proposal does not pass, the department will use its discretionary permit authority to shorten the season by 5 to 10 days. Based on past harvest chronology, this would reduce harvest approximately 25 to 35%. However, this would affect both residents and non-residents. Proposal 205 would create a non-resident draw hunt for moose in the RM 653 Farewell Hunt area. The department is neutral on the allocative aspect of this proposal, but does support reducing harvest at this time because bull-cow ratios have declined below our management objective and bulls are very susceptible to harvest in this area. Proposal 205 set a cap on the total number of permits to be issued at 20. However, it did not address what to do with the season in RY23. Proposals 210 and 211 suggested closing the non-resident season in RY23, and Proposal 211 recommended a reduction in season dates for everyone. And that's the end of what I have. Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh, for that. Do you know what the success rate is for non-residents?
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair. Success rates for residents and non-residents are fairly similar at about 50% success.
Thank you.
I'll
Go
follow
ahead.
that up. So how many permits would have to be issued for non-residents to achieve a goal of 25 bull moose at 50-inch, 4 brow tines on one side?
Member Barrett, through the chair, that would probably be closer to 50 permits.
50, okay, good.
Additional discussion. So if we were to adopt proposal 205 as written, we would expect the department to, by emergency order, close the season early in this current year. And the draw permits would go into effect in 2024, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, so I think what you're asking is if you adopt this just as it is, what would the department do next fall? Yeah, so I would definitely be interested in using our authority to reduce hunting opportunity through a shortened season. I did end up getting a lot of comments about that, and I think you guys did as well, from resident hunters out there, kind of what they would like to see. One of their big concerns was if we just shorten the season, it might compress all the usage into just a shorter time frame. So that wasn't their preferred option. So that would be kind of something we need to work out, and I was definitely hoping for some input from you guys on that.
Additional discussion from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend Proposal 205 to change the non-resident season from registration to a draw permit with up to 50 permit, or up to 100 permits issued. And it'd be a 50-inch, 4 brow tine at least on one side.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would 50 permits meet the management goal? I mean, a harvest of 25 bulls by non-residents?
Mr. Chair, so we don't have a harvest goal yeah. So what I am looking to do, though, is to reduce harvest by
Right.
25 to 35%. And if I issued 50 permits to non-residents, that wouldn't quite get us there.
Okay, so it'd be a maximum of 50 in any event, so. That's why, up to 50. Okay, so that would give you the, up to 100. That would give you that up to 100. So you could choose a number smaller. That's, on the amendment discussion, board members? Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the up to language, and once that year comes around, to accomplish your goal, what would be a permit allocation to achieve your goal out of that 100? How many permits do you think you would issue? Would you stick with that original 20 number that was proposed, or would you go a little bit higher than that? Or that's a pretty significant reduction in the non-resident harvest, dropping that low.
Yeah, through the chair, so that's where I need some direction from you guys. That is very allocative, of course, in nature. 20 non-resident permits would get us about a 30 to 35% reduction in harvest, which is kind of my target goal. You guys don't need to tell me who I take that from.
Yeah, so the amendment was up to 100 permits, and you're leaving we normally don't leave allocative decisions to the department. So, but anyway, the amendment's before us, discussion on the amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support this amendment. Resident harvest or resident participation has been, fluctuating a little bit, but it's fairly consistent. It's non-resident participation that's definitely been increasing. So I think this would address the concerns of the public from a couple of these proposals I've been reading and allow the department the ability to vary numbers of permits to accomplish the goals they're looking to achieve.
Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any way to quantify how many of these non-residents are just accompanying residents, like, friends, family from outside?
Not, through the chair, not entirely, but we have a pretty heavy presence out there with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, and I've been able to get out there a few times as well. There's numerous small camps, and they definitely have family members who come participate. A lot of these are the same people who put in these proposals, so. And then there are several large camps as well, and those are much more casual acquaintances, I guess you could call them. So there's some of both.
Okay, discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment?
On the amendment, which basically changes the number of permits to be issued to 100,
Yes.
up to 100 permits. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
It's changing the non-resident
Oh, for non-residents.
to a drawing hunt.
To a drawing hunt and making it non,
And then
right.
up to 100 permits may be issued.
Right, thank you. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
The amendment carries 6-1.
Thank you. The proposal now is before us with the amended language. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Al.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't catch what the harvest was for residents, and how close are we, or are we meeting our subsistence needs?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, so I'll refer back to this slide right here. Shows resident and non-resident harvest. So last year we had 50 by non-residents and 56 moose taken by residents. That's just in that farewell hunt area. And so Unit 19 has an A&S of 400 to 700 moose. And so to answer your question about subsistence, you would have to look at harvest across the entire unit. And so this is just one portion of that.
Are we meeting our subsistence needs across the unit then?
For the most part, I would say yes. We do have a Tier 2 hunt in 19A, and that's structured because the harvestable surplus is lower than what's required in 19A.
I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
Okay, additional discussion on this proposal as amended. Okay, I'm not comfortable with this with 100 permits. If you actually issued 100 permits, the only way you could receive your, that you could be sure of getting your goal is to close it early for the resident registration hunters and the draw hunters. So I'm not good with it right now, but the idea of making it a registration or making it a draw permit hunt, I'm good with, and we haven't addressed regulatory year 23. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I feel differently on that. I'm totally okay with since it's just up to language. It just keeps the department from having to come back to the board. If the population rebounds and comes back, it gives them the leniency to increase or decrease permits as they see fit to accomplish the harvest goal they're looking for. So, yeah, I guess I'm totally okay with the up to language.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe you can explaining yourself a little clearer. I didn't have lunch, so I didn't quite
Okay.
follow you.
The purpose of this is to allow the department to meet its harvest goals, which need to be reduced. And 20 permits would be a 33% reduction. Their harvest goal, or their goal here would be, according to their testimony, is to reduce it by 25 to 35%. So that's within the range with 20 permits. If we allow up to 100 permits, what we're doing is putting the allocative decision between residents and non-residents on the back of the department, not making that decision ourselves. And I would prefer that we took a more active role in making the allocation between residents and non-residents than what we'd be doing by allowing 100 permits. Okay, that said, the other part of this that I think we need to address is what do we do in regulatory year 23? Do we limit registration permits for non-residents? Do we allow the department to use its emergency order authority to close the season early for everyone? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that portion, but before we get to that, I would ask, what is your recommendation, wanting the board to figure out the allocation between resident and non-resident? Because I thought that's what I was doing with a non-resident drawing permit.
Well, the drawing permit portion of it does that, but allowing up to 100 permits gives the department discretion within the range of well up to 100 permits, which I think is too large in this particular case. I think it should be more in the range of 25 or 30 permits to give them an opportunity if the population grows, but 100 permits is a lot.
I'm willing to hear another amendment.
I'm not going to make an amendment. As the chair, I've never made an amendment, so go ahead. Any additional discussion? And I would like to hear members' thoughts on what should happen in the current year in this, where it's a registration hunt for both resident and non-resident. How would the board want the department to limit the harvest? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we did nothing for 23 and something was enacted by 24, is the harvest for 23 going to be sustainable?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Barrett. I am concerned about the level of harvest right now. We are below our bull-cow ratio, and those bulls out there are extremely susceptible to harvest in that area.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. My two cents on this particular proposal. I think we got a pretty, unique situation here. I know we have guides that guide out there, but we also have families from different parts of the world that congregate and go hunting out there. I think that by shortening the season, we could meet all the department goals, and or you could just throw a track and a D9 in the middle of Farewell Strip and solve the whole problem too.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion from the board on the proposal as amended. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is the guide presence in 19C?
Yeah, through the chair. So in the farewell hunt area, it's pretty low. When you get to 19C remainder, it's a complete flip. About 75% of the harvest is by non-residents in 19C remainder, and this proposal doesn't affect that at all. But guided use in the farewell area is very low for moose.
At least legal guide effort, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Josh. So some comments, let me respond to some comments that were made. If we go with the EO authority for 23, I agree with you that everyone's just going to hunt earlier and that maybe that won't solve our problem for 23. And if we put D9 in the middle of Farewell Airstrip, it's still going to be plenty long for other planes.
Yeah, there are alternatives. Any additional discussion on this? One option might be is to limit the number of non-resident registration permits in the current year. Maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we want to leave it to the department. I don't know how much of an emergency is it?
Mr. Chair, it's not a huge emergency. It's something I would like to get out ahead of, though. We're in a position right now where, as I said, if we can reduce harvest 25 to 35%, I think we'll see these bull cow ratios recover fairly quickly is my hope.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, when you looked at your calf to cow ratio, it appears that that's fairly low also. So, I mean, is there other factors, limiting factors in this area that, with your number, aren't you in a declining moose population with those numbers?
Yeah, through the chair. I'll back up just a little bit on this and just kind of paint a little clearer picture. So this is a really unique hunt, as I said. It's a small area. It's less than 400 square miles with one big airstrip right in the middle of it. And so we get about 200 hunters shoot 100 moose out of one airstrip. The densities of moose when we go out there are really impressive when we fly our surveys in November. And the only way this area supports that level of harvest is it's a major rutting area. So moose are moving in from the north every year. If you go out there in the summertime, you're hard pressed to find a moose in that entire area. Come late August, early September, and through October, you can literally see the moose coming towards the foothills, and it's all about the rut there. So that's where it's that unique confluence of events, good access, a lot of moose, and a lot of people can partake in it. So those moose, when they're, to get to your question, out to the north, they're in areas where I think calf survival is really poor, and that's likely bear predation. Those moose are probably hovering 19D, 19C, kind of right around that boundary area, which is where the habitat is great for summer feed, and then they spend the winters out in Farewell. And so, yeah, from the numbers that we have, it does look like that moose are declining out there.
Thank you. Any additional board discussion? Are we ready for the question on the proposal? Go ahead, Lynn.
Well, I guess the question, we haven't really addressed the 2023 season yet. Are we going to do that before we vote on the proposal?
It's up to you.
Oh, so, well, then I guess I'll ask another question. Could we accomplish the reduction in non-resident registration tags by making the tags available prior to the hunt, like say July 15th? Make them available for a 2-week period in July 15th, July 30th, and that's the availability of those registration tags for non-residents.
Through the chair, this permit right now currently is available in area offices or on the internet, and so that would have to change. And of course, for non-residents, I think we could do that. I'd look to Natalie, but that really wouldn't be a very practical option for them, being that they live out of state. But I think we could do that. We certainly do that with other registration permits.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm just saying there's other hunts in Alaska, available to Alaska residents, but where the tags are available in the summertime for the fall hunts, and, residents have to fly to the remote areas to try and obtain those tags. So, I mean, how bad do you want to hunt, I guess? I think it would definitely achieve your goal to reduce some harvest this fall.
Yeah, through the chair, in essence, that would probably be pretty akin to a closure.
Okay, additional discussion, any ideas? We may just have to let the department handle it this year. I don't know. Go ahead, Al. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Josh. Then this is a 20-day season. Non-residents are the same length. How effective would the non-residents if they lost half their opportunity by season dates? You know, from the 1st to the 10th or the 20th, or the 10th to the 20th? Would it make much impact, or none?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Barrett. So I kind of looked at all hunters because the department's EO authority would affect everybody, not just one group. And so the analysis I did, if I shortened it 5 to 10 days, I would get that reduction in the 25 to 35% kind of range. Although that might be a little bit naive on my part if hunters really did pack in. If that's assuming that they hunt according to kind of the pattern that they typically do. But if those concerns are correct and everybody all shows up at once, then I won't get much of a reduction.
Is the majority of those moose available from the 1st to the 20th currently?
Yeah, so that's actually another really good point. Like most moose hunting, it gets better as the season progresses. And so if I shorten the season, it'd be the latter end of it.
Well, Al, you gonna make an amendment here or not? Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just for the record, I mean, I threw that July timeframe, that, I wasn't locked into July, but maybe just providing those tags, the availability of those tags a week, 10 days prior to the season for a window there, those registration permits. I mean, it'd be guesswork, I guess, on whether or not it would have the desired effect, but it appears to me that if the tags aren't available any later than a week before the hunt, you're going to reduce some participation by non-residents on that.
Yeah, just to comment, yeah, that absolutely would, no doubt about that.
Okay, additional discussion, amendments? Go ahead, Al.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. So you're comfortable with your EO authority to get through one season, to, manage that hunt out there until a drawing hunt could be in place for non-residents?
Through the chair, yes, as I just point out, that would affect residents and non-residents versus the allocative nature of this proposal. So, yes.
And it's not going to affect the reasonable opportunity for meeting the subsistence needs in the area?
Taken as a whole, I would say no, certainly for some of those individuals, possibly.
All right.
Maybe subsistence division would like to weigh in more than that, but.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of really good discussion on how to try to divvy this up between residents and non-residents. I spoke to Josh very quickly. I'm looking at the composition data. For this to go one more year is not the end of the world, and let the regular drawing cycle come into play. Now, I may end up eating those words because we've talked about this for an hour and the whole world's been listening. But moose are pretty resilient. We've got some other indicators there of things going on, but one more season, status quo is not the end of the world.
Okay, thank you. With that, additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 205 as amended. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack? Yes. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended, 6-1.
Thank you. And then we can take no action on the next, on 2, 10, and 11.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 210 and proposal 211 due to the action taken on 205.
Second.
Unanimous consent? Take no action. Next one.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 206, reauthorize the Unit 21E Eco Intensive Management Plan.
Second.
Been moved in second. I'd like to hear from the department.
All right, proposal 206 would extend the 21E IM plan for 1 year. The department submitted and supports this proposal. The current 21E IM plan expires on June 30, 2023. The length of this plan was intended to expire on cycle with the Region 3 Board of Game meeting scheduled for 2023. However, that meeting was delayed due to COVID and the plan is now out of cycle. Extending this plan 1 year puts it back in cycle and gives the public time to decide if they would like to submit another IM plan. For a brief history, the Yukon-Inoko Moose Management Plan was endorsed by the board in 2006, and it is still used to guide management decisions today. A major tenet of that plan was proactive management, and the plan recommended authorization of wolf control to prevent future declines in the moose population. Therefore, the board in March 2010, the board approved an IM plan for 21E and renewed the plan at the Region 3 board meeting in 2017. The current plan expires June 30th, 2023. The IM population objective for moose in Unit 21E is 9,000 to 11,000 moose, and the population is currently estimated at 9,300 moose. The IM harvest objective is 550 to 1,100 moose, and current harvest is approximately 200 moose per year. Bull-cow ratios are high in the area with a 2-year average of 44 bulls per 100 cows. The 2-year average twinning rate has been improving in recent years and now stands at 26% in the area around Holy Cross. Proposal 206 would extend the 21E IM plan for 1 year to bring it back in cycle with the Region 3 board meeting in March 2024. While IM has never been active in 21E, adoption of this proposal would give the public time to decide if they would like to submit a proposal to the board next year. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Thank you. Would we expect to see a very complete presentation on this IM plan next year at the Region 3 meeting?
Mr. Chair, so that would be, I am actually going to be meeting with the GASH AC in about a month, and if they would like to pursue putting in this plan again, then yes.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Jake.
I think, Mr. Chair, yeah, I'm going to support this. It'll bring everything back into cycle. We'll get some, a lot of times for the public to review it as well.
Thank you. Additional board discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with Member Fletcher, or
That's his name.
no lunch. I agree with his comments. This gets us back in cycle, and it gives everybody a time to review that for comments when it comes around.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I mean, we have to get this done before Al's blood sugar drops too much farther. And I'm ready. I would be ready for the question. I think it's.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 206. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you. So that concludes all the proposals that the board has before it. We do have a couple of items on our additional business agenda to deal with. So we're going to take just a short break, and we'll get back to that. Okay, I think we're all here. We have two items of business on our miscellaneous agenda. The first item of business is a petition submitted by Rod Shore regarding bear permits for Umiak Island. And I would refer the members to the joint board petition policy, which you can find in your RC1,
Page 69.
page 69. It's 5 AAC 96.625, which was effective September 19th, 2019. And you should all have a copy of his petition, which is RC 87. I'll give you a little chance to read this over. I don't know, I should just read this. Okay, have you all had an opportunity to look at the policy and to look at the emergency petition request? This has to do with Umiak Island non-resident limited draw permits. And the administrative code says that an unforeseen, unexpected resource situation where a biologically allowable resource harvest would be precluded by delaying regulatory action, and such delay would be significantly burdensome because the resource would be unavailable in the future. That's what constitutes an emergency for joint policy. As a matter of law, emergencies are rarely found to exist in Alaska. So we have to, in order to grant this petition, we have to find that there's an emergency that fits the policy, and that this situation as described in the petition is that emergency, and the relief is appropriate. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just a reminder, because the board doesn't deal with these often, it's really a two-stage process, and so the first part is a determination whether there is an emergency. If you find there's an emergency, then you look at what the board may do, if anything, to address that. If there's no emergency, then you're done.
Right.
Thank you.
So the question is, does the facts as presented in the petition meet the level of an emergency? Board discussion. I'm hearing no other discussion, so I'll make a comment here. This does not in any way impact the resource in a negative manner. It does not make the resource unavailable in the future. And you know, we do have the authority to adopt an emergency regulation in this case if there's an emergency. And the question is there an emergency that fits this definition of an emergency? Lynn, what do you think?
I'm trying to figure out how it meets the definition of an emergency, but, so I'm still thinking on it.
Okay, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. These are my 2 cents, something for the board to think about, and I'm still trying to think about this idea of the emergency. But we had a similar situation like this, similar situation happened during COVID, right? And we decided on the Alaska Peninsula, we allowed those folks over there to take twice the amount of hunters. On Kodiak Island, we decided to skip out. I don't know if that would help the board members think about it.
Yeah, and that was an area-wide emergency. This is an individual guide and 3 people who would not be able to hunt under a draw permit. With that guide, we don't know if there'll be another guide available in that area in the fall or not, based on the information, so we can't speak to that. You know, we have no idea about that. Go ahead, Natalie, or Cheryl.
Through the chair. It's our understanding that there will not be a guide in that area because
Okay.
of the federal concession program.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe an emergency exists. It's an unfortunate thing that happened, but I don't think it meets the definition of emergency.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a tendency to agree with Member Burrett on this. I'd like to figure out some way to accommodate him, but I don't think it meets the criteria.
Additional discussion?
Call the question.
So on the question of whether an emergency exists, in this case, would you poll the board? Would you make that into the form of a motion that you do not believe it? That I move that the board find that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to make a motion on the petition submitted by Rod Shure regarding his bear permits for Unimac Island do not meet the definition of emergency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Would you poll the board on the motion?
Yes, so it's a motion that it does not make the
Right.
the finding of emergency, so if the motion carries, that
We're done.
there's not a finding, yes. On that motion, Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, with that, the question of relief is no longer before us. It's simply, the petition has been denied. The next thing on our agenda is the board findings for the proposal. It was proposal 209, having to do with registration permits for elk. And actually, there's one thing besides what's on your page. One of the first thing we need to talk about the dates and when these would be available. We've already determined that they'd be available in Ozinki and Port Lions. Go ahead, Al.
Would you like that on the table?
I would like it on the table, yes.
I move to adopt board findings for the registration permits for Eastern Afognak area in Unit 8 remainder.
Second.
Moved and seconded. On the board findings, we need to determine the dates that they could be available. I don't know if anyone has a recommendation. I would, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend, well, I guess we're going to put it on there. I would recommend 3 days prior to the hunt.
Discussion, or does it have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we make it 3 days prior to the hunt. Mr. Commissioner.
So I'm just trying to think this through. Is it be 3 business days before the hunt or 3 days before the hunt? If you have a holiday on a Monday and you have 2 days on the weekend, is that 3 business days before what?
Yeah, I'll go with 3 business days, Commissioner.
Second concurs.
Okay, it's on the table as 3 business days. Jake?
I just want to say the Kodiak staff works all the time, 7 days a week, so it doesn't.
Well, we've seen many examples of Department of Fish and Game employees working at all times of the day and all days of the week. I still think having an available holiday might be a good idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just my take on the 3 days prior to the hunt, or 3 business days. My experience with these is, I don't think I could support this, because someone could show up and spend all this money to get there, and the line's already full. Then they're stuck there, and they won't, so I think that's more punitive than if they showed up 2 weeks before. At least they'll know where, So that's my take on this right now.
Well, and speaking to your concern, I think people may well come over, get their draw permit, wait 3 or 4 days and go hunting. So I think it's as convenient one way or the other. You either have to come back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, question to Natalie, how do you conduct those now, or are they all different?
Through the chair, to clarify the question, is that with the permits that are available in a limited fashion a certain period before the hunt? They're done however the board instructs us to, unless we've been given, granted to handle them the way we normally do, which, like I said earlier, would be 2 weeks before the season or sooner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why I decided on 3 days was, you hit on it. A person can show up however early he wants, but potentially if he does get a permit, he doesn't have to spend a lot more time where there's probably no accommodations for guests in the area. And that way he could go out to the field and, spend his 3 days at, waiting for the hunt to open, which is a lot, is much more equitable and fair than making them go home and then come all the way back.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on this? We have an amendment before us.
Call the question.
Call the question on the time.
On the amendment to the board findings, and that amendment is that the pickup of the permits could be 3 business days prior to the start of the hunt. Do I have that correct?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keel,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That amendment to the finding carries 7-0.
Thank you. One other amendment we may want to consider to this, when we took up this with the permits, there's 4 hunt areas that are here with 8 permits in each area, in each community, but it's actually in 4 different hunts. So we did not limit, we may seek to limit a person so they can't go get 4 permits at one or at both of the locations. So you could have one person picking up, normally registration permits, you can get 1 for each hunt. We did not limit that, so we should consider whether to limit each person to one registration permit period per person for these elk hunts. So I'm pretty sure we don't want the 16 permits to go to 4 people. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend the findings from the Board of Game for the registration permits for elk hunt in eastern Afognak area, Unit 8 and remainder, that the issuance of a registration permit will be limited to 1 permit per customer.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That just makes perfectly logical sense that we don't, we figured that out before we start issuing permits, that it's our intent to have one permit per hunter.
Okay, thank you. James?
Yeah, I support Member Barrett. I mean, it makes sense. We've done it already once in this session. We're trying to limit people from consolidating all those registration permits
Right,
themselves.
we better have maximum opportunity for the maximum number of people here. Okay,
Call the question.
question on that amendment?
On the amendment to limit it to one permit per person, Mr. Keo?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, we have the amended findings before us. Is there any additional amendments to the findings? Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You caught us in a discussion. There is question about about the need to reconsider the proposal to amend the regulation to allow this kind of change. Right now, there are questions about if the department actually has the discretionary authority to limit those in this case. It hasn't been discussed in this unit before, so I know it'll take some more time, but it really would, for legal clarity, it would be good if we had the regulation itself amended to cover this.
Okay, would someone like to bring that up as under reconsideration? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to reconsider the board findings in regards to the
No,
permits
not-
on a fog map.
Not the board findings, the proposal 209.
Proposal 209, sorry. Move to reconsider it.
Yep. and
Second.
We did still have the findings before us. So that's it's slightly out of order. We could table the findings until, if we could have a motion to table the findings until after our reconsideration of 209.
I move to table the findings. I move to table the findings until we reconsider proposal 209.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. That is a preferred motion by unanimous consent. It's tabled. Okay, now for a motion to reconsider 209.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider proposal 209.
Thank you. I'll second.
Second.
A motion and a second. 209 is before us. Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the clarification on the record. Also, one more thing to note, it would be good if the board was, and I believe it's clear, but just put it on the record, that the limiting the permits is only applicable to the ones that we are discussing that are available in those communities. So a person would be able to get one of those and the RE 755, the other elk registration permits in the area. We're only talking about limiting the availability of these what used to be what is the 4 drawing hunt areas, those ones available in Uziki and Port Lions.
Yeah, so if someone would like to make an amendment to 209, which is before us, to limit the number of permits to 1 per person for those permits that are available in the 2 communities.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend proposal 209, that the registration permits for the Fogneck area and the remainder that will be available in Ozinki and Port Lions, that those permits will be 1 permit per individual.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We had discussion on this when we were discussing the findings. Is there any further discussion?
Call the question.
Question on the amendment.
Just getting distracted. On that amendment, Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keo,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Now, proposal 209 as amended is before the board. Any further discussion? We've discussed this a lot, so.
Call the
Al,
question.
the question's been called.
The board has heard the cost for private person, no additional cost to private persons.
Okay, I think we're good with that.
Okay, final action on proposal 209 as amended. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
I move to take off the table the board's findings on the elk registration permits for Eastern Afognak and remainder of Unit 8.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we bring this back from the table. It's now before us. Is there any additional discussion on those findings? Go ahead, Commissioner. Okay, you were waving your hand a little bit, so. Okay,
Call the question.
question's been called on the findings, to approve the findings.
Okay, final action on the findings regarding that proposal 209 as amended, so that permits can be picked up 3 business days in advance of the hunt. Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The findings carry 7-0.
Okay, Christie, do we have any other business to come before us?
Nothing else comes to mind, Mr. Chairman.
Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one note here that I'd like to make and acknowledge and thank Robin Dublin. This will be her last in-person meeting. She is retiring. Since she started in December 2018, her good humor, can-do attitude, and dedication has built and maintained powerful partnerships, not only within the department, but also with the Alaskans we all serve. Her varied work background, from executive directorships at the Alaska Botanical Garden in Anchorage and the Greenway Park in New York City, to statewide wildlife education coordinator for Wildlife Division, has brought a fresh perspective to our work. I'm very grateful for her work and friendship, and I know she'll find lots of fun things to do in retirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So Ryan or the commissioner, if you have any similar things you would like to speak to.
I was informed at this meeting that Miss Lisa Evans Lisa is going to be retiring sometime this summer. So this is her last board meeting with you guys, and I want to thank her because she stepped in to be section chief 4 years ago when I became commissioner for the subsistence group, and she's led that group with great leadership and attended both Board of Fish and Board of Game meetings, things that I couldn't do all those meetings. So thank you, Lisa, for everything you've done, and good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, so Ryan, it's your turn. Whoo!
Let's see. Well, Doug, no, just kidding. Mr. Chairman, I'll just take a couple minutes here. I think we've already said congratulations to Gino like 3 times, but,
Yeah.
he's still planning on going this spring or summer. I want to thank the board, the members of the public that are here, the folks who are listening online. We went through a lot of stuff. Today was also very difficult, it was hard subjects to get through. And I appreciate the professional approach to all of those. I very much want to thank the Region 2 staff for being ready and being here throughout it. We also were joined by Region 3 and Region 4. I guess it's a testament we're willing to go wherever we're needed to make it happen. So thank you I'd say thank you for having us, but we kind of have to be here. It was our pleasure to be here to help the board and the public and the ACs, and looking forward to the next cycle next year.
Thank you. And I'm the chair, so I get the last word, except for the vice chair. He gets to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm, I mentioned it earlier, that the department is going to work on a sheep management plan for us to hopefully exit out of want to make sure we're still,
Yes, we are. What that's going to look like, I have no idea. Who's going to pay for it, I have no idea. All that kind of stuff, but it's been mentioned, and I've been asked to think about it. I've talked to the commissioner about it a little bit, and I think that there are, as I mentioned during some of the deliberations, there's a lot of questions beyond the biological side, and I think that that might be a good way to get to some of those answers.
Okay, go ahead.
thank you for that. And again, I'd just like to thank Lisa and Caroline and, Lisa and Robin
Robin.
and Gino. Wish you all well, and thank you for all the hard work you guys put in.
Thanks. Okay, Al.
I got one thing also, because it is a concern and it's an interpretation. Proposal 145, and we were pretty clear on the record, but I wanted to make sure, because it did have in parentheses talking about structures. And so our intent is the structure is the tunnel and not the fences that parallel the highway or the other gates. So there's no interpretation from enforcement any different.
That was my understanding.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. With that, any additional business to come before the board? I have to thank the public first, because they're what makes this work. The ACs, the members of the public that attend this, the organizations, they're greatly appreciated, and that's why this works, and they're the ones that bring stuff to us. And unfortunately, we're the ones that have to deal with it, but you guys are really the ones that have to live with what we do. And so I appreciate you, and I thank you all for your attendance and for listening in and for all the work that you do to get us the proposals that we are considering and the testimony, et cetera. After that, I have to thank the department, because the department does a heck of a lot of work. And every one of you, from the commissioner down, we live, we can do what we do because of you. And you're very much appreciated. I mean, we couldn't do anything without board support, but we couldn't make good decisions without the subsistence and wildlife groups and the commissioner's wise counsel, or counsel, whichever the case may be. Department of Law, Department of Public Safety. And lastly, I want to thank the board members, because this is not an easy job, and I've been a hard taskmaster. I made you guys work late, made you have short lunches. I showed up late. But through all of this, we've all kept our good humor. I think we're all, no fist fights anywhere. So thank you all, and I think everybody deserves a round of applause. And with that, I think I forgot to mention George, but he's a Fed. But we do appreciate it, because it's important that we work with you too. So with that, I think we're adjourned.